Hello, let me know where you're from in the world and what time it is after liking this video. There's a death row inmate who we've executed over a dozen times. He won't stay dead. We killed Joseph Glass for the first time on August 18th, 1999. I knew he was a strange case since day one. Never seen a guy so happy to die before. It was like we were doing him a favor. He refused the automatic appeal. He refused to be seen by a chaplain. He just wanted it over with. It had only taken a little over a year, and it was already time for him to make his appointment with God. He freaked me out just passing by his cell. He was like our very own Hannibal Lecter, the way he just stood there in the back of his cell like he'd been waiting for you. The lights always burned out in any cell he was in, and maintenance had gotten tired of fixing them. Not that he seemed to mind in the slightest. The darkness seemed to swallow his top half, and all I could see were the whites of his beady little eyes poking out of all that black. Billy drummed his baton against the bars. "Up and at 'em, cowpoke," he called in that mocking tone. "Time finally come for you to pay what you owe, you sick son of a—" Billy. Warden Taft silenced him with a word. "If you can't act like a professional, you're going to have to sit this one out." Billy paused and licked his chapped lips. "Nah," he muttered. "This a show I can't miss." Glass seemed to tick Billy off more than any prisoner before him. He liked him to at least pretend to feel sorry for what they've done, or act scared of what's coming to him. This one didn't even have the common decency to shed a tear. He was as stone-faced as a statue, even while being marched to the chair. Billy liked to joke sometimes that we ought to take the guy out back with some car batteries and really put the fear of God into him, get him to cut out that stoic act. I think he was only half joking. After what this guy did to those girls. Well, Billy has a daughter, so I guess it struck a chord. We all watched him fry. The warden, his closest men, the thin-faced man representing the commissioner of corrections, the prison physician, the families of those poor girls. It couldn't have gone more by the book. Only oddity I'd noticed at the time was that the stench of death never quite left the clothes I'd worn that day. And then the next morning, we came into work to see the whites of those beady little eyes staring at us from the darkness again. "Good morning, sirs," he said, just as he did every morning in that airy, hoarse little voice. I'll admit it. I dropped everything I was carrying, stumbled back, stammered like a confused child. Hell, I almost screamed. You're not... You're supposed to be..." "I don't know what you mean, sir." He leaned in like he was trying to stare a hole through my chest. His tone almost sounded disappointed. "You never came for me. You promised me that yesterday would be the end, sir, but you never came. I waited all night long. Why did you lie to me?" Me and Taft looked at each other. We both had the exact same question on our minds. If Glass was still alive, who the hell did we roll into the morgue last night? "Jesus Christ," Taft gagged when he pulled back the cadaver cover, stumbling away. "It's Billy." I looked. I know I shouldn't have, but I couldn't help it. And I'll be forever haunted by the sight of my friend lying there on his back, mouth agape and cloudy eyes staring into the ceiling, open wide as if he'd spent his last moments in a state of terror. The public never found out what happened. The cover-up story was that poor Billy had been taken by cardiac arrest. Internally, it was the scandal to end all scandals. Worst case of incompetence and negligence in history, they called it. They brought the hammer down on anyone even tangentially involved. Me and Taft were out on our ears, and they would have prosecuted us too, but that would have required admitting it ever happened. But I just could never wrap my head around it. Of those dozens of witnesses, not a single person noticed we were strapping a guard to the chair, not an inmate. It was impossible to the point of absurdity. Glass had been the man in that chair. I'd never been more certain of anything in my life. Some months later, I noticed power flickering off all over the city one evening. It was brief, so I thought nothing of it, at least until I got a call from a familiar number the very next morning. "I understand you were one of the staff who regularly worked with one Joseph Glass. We would like to consult with you about an evolving situation." "Oh." "At 7 p.m. yesterday, we attempted the execution of Joseph Glass for the second time." There was a long pause, And when the voice returned, the professionalism had melted away, replaced with a baffled anxiety. And well, it, uh, it didn't work. I blinked. It didn't... What? There came a long sigh. Perhaps it'd be best if you saw for yourself. And just like that, me and Taft had our jobs back. Officially, Joseph Glass had been successfully executed on August 18, 1999. Unofficially, they'd tried again 6 months later, just to tie up loose ends. This time, he hadn't even had the courtesy to pretend to die. He just sat there on the chair, motionless and unaffected, while the CO who'd flipped the switch suddenly seized up and began to convulse, screaming and gnashing and wailing as electricity seared him beneath his skin, clawing at his chest until his eyes popped in his skull and rolled down his face like melted candle wax. All around him, lights flickering, machines bursting from pressure, electrical panels vomiting arcs of static. It was a mess. The feds were crawling all over this case now from a department I've never heard of. Something about investigating preternatural activity. They told me Glass was refusing to speak with anybody but the COs who'd once cared for him. Being walked into that interrogation room almost made me feel like I, myself, was a convict being marched to his execution. Glass was staring at me when I walked in, like he'd been sat there motionless, waiting for me. I expected nothing less. I took a shuddering breath as I sat across from him. I'd sat across from serial killers and psychos before and showed no hint of fear, but how could I not now sitting across from a man who can kill people without touching them? Glass. Officer Mendez. His tone betrayed no emotion. I had thought you'd abandoned me. I winced. Number no, Glass. I'd just been temporarily relieved. It's good to see you again. Would you like a glass of water? I offered it to him. He didn't even look at it. His eyes just bored into mine, relentless. I'm here to ask you a few questions. Silence. Okay, Glass, I need to know how you killed Billy and Kramer. I didn't, he replied. It did. It? The thing standing behind you. I didn't bother to turn around. I had enough experience with prisoners trying to trick me into looking the other way while they pulled off some half-baked escape plan. Glass, please, let's take this seriously, I replied. I've always treated you with respect, haven't I? You've never had any problems with me. Actually, I do. I have a problem with all of you. Oh? You here all believe that death is a punishment. There was the first hint of emotion I'd ever heard in his voice. It's not. It's freedom. The only freedom. You promised me that gift. You promised me you'd let me die. You've given it to so many other prisoners while leaving me behind. With all of your machines and your science and your knowledge, surely you can find a way, if anyone. My throat felt suddenly dry. I had to take a sip of the water myself and hoped it would quell my burning nerves. We're trying our best, Glass, but you have to work with us. It may help if you told us what exactly is preventing us from executing you. He moved for the first time, leaning in so slow as to be almost imperceptible. It won't let me die. And that's when I felt a hand settle on my shoulder from behind. Everything stopped. My lungs stopped inflating. I swear my heart stopped beating, and my blood froze in place in my veins, and it all felt so cold. I could see the hand in the corner of my eyes, long and veiny and black. I could feel the breath on the back of my neck. I'd once mocked the way deers froze in headlights. Now I understood. I couldn't move, I couldn't blink, I couldn't think, I couldn't even take a single breath. Even as my lungs began to cry out for air, and my vision blurred, and my thoughts melded together. All I could see was Joseph's eyes staring into mine. Those infinite fathoms of darkness, that Stygian sea that swirled and stormed and thundered in the blackness of his iris, and the eyes of things waiting a million leagues below the waters. And I would have suffocated there, too terrified to even breathe, if those agents in black had not called off the interrogation then, and come storming into the room. Later they showed me the tapes from the security camera, There'd been nothing behind me, nothing placing its thin hand upon my shoulder, nothing at all. On May 7th, 2001, Glass was set to be executed for the third time, via hanging, or so I heard, in some government black site somewhere, far from prying eyes. While it was set to happen, me and Taft were sharing glasses of scotch in his office, nominally to celebrate. Really, because we were scared. Taft always struck me as young at heart despite his years, but this was the first time the warden had ever looked truly, properly old. He watched the yard below as he had a drink. "Did I ever tell you why I chose this line of work, Mendez?" I shook my head, and he sighed. Back in '63, they found a woman's body in the back seat of a burnt-out car in some state park near my neighborhood. A prostitute. One of her Johns had chopped her up, burned all the evidence. And you know what got me, Mendez? Nobody cared. Nobody bothered to investigate. Who will notice one less hooker on the corner of Fifth Avenue, right? It didn't sit right with me. The way I see it, Mendez, every life matters. Even the ones we try and cast aside. Everybody's got people who love them, and childhood memories, and all that. Everybody deserves justice, no matter who they were. He set down his glass and looked me in the eyes. So I joined the force, got the case reopened, found the guy, and I watched him fry. And I like to imagine she was there watching too as he burned. There was a tense moment, and then a chuckle. Of course, after that bullet to the hip in '71, I couldn't walk the beat anymore. But I've been just as happy here, watching justice be served. It makes me feel like there's some kind of karmic order to the world. Good deeds and bad deeds get repaid in kind. It was clear there was something lurking beneath his words, some unspoken thesis. Eventually, with old, wrinkled, tired eyes, he said it. "I've thought about it, and if Glass doesn't die tonight, I'm finally going to retire, Mendez," he confessed. "After what he did to those girls, what kind of order can there be in a world where a monster like that is just beyond justice?" I was shocked. Warden Taft always struck me as an unmoving fixture. What would we do without him? "He'll die, sir," I promised. "It'll work this time, it has to." But he seemed deeply uncertain. With one last shuddering drink, he leaned forward. His eyes. He stared at my expression, as if desperate for me to understand, for me to know. Those things in his eyes, haven't you seen them? And at that moment, Taft was yanked up out of his chair. It was so sudden, so inexplicable, I could barely register what I was witnessing. Some unseen force lifted him 2 or 3 feet above the ground, dangling him there. He choked, coughed, and sputtered, desperate to gasp down air which would not come, and clawed at something around his neck which I could not see. He was hanging, I realized, and with wide, horrified eyes, the same as Billy's had been, he silently begged me for help. I sprang from my chair and wrapped my arms around his dangling legs. At first I tried to pull him down to the floor, but I realized it was only tightening the invisible noose around his neck. Then I tried lifting him as high as I could, which gave him some relief, but not much. Tears rolled down his face as it swelled and turned blue. And even though I could not see the noose, I could see the bruised purple skin where it had squeezed around his neck. All the while, I screamed myself hoarse. "Help! Somebody, please! Jesus Christ, we need help in here!" But nobody came. And all of a sudden, some unseen force seemed to sweep my feet out from under me. I dropped like a bag of bricks, but I was so startled I maintained my grip around the warden's legs. I fell and yanked him down with me, and his body suddenly jolted with a sickening crack. It took me a while to manage the courage to look up at him. His neck had been stretched far too long, and his head was bent to the side at almost a 90-degree angle. Eyes wide, round, and bloated tongue hanging from dry lips. And then whatever force had suspended him disappeared, and his body fell upon me while I screamed and screamed. I came bursting from his office to find my co-workers casually chatting and working just outside. Somehow, despite all my screaming and begging while Taft was dying, none of them had heard a thing. I took a page from Taft. I wanted out. We were dealing with something unholy here, something whose tendrils could reach any distance, and my life, who knows, maybe even my soul, was at hazard. But the agents in the sharp suits made one thing clear. If I refused to cooperate, well, I would make the perfect scapegoat for the murder of Warden Taft. I was marched into the interrogation room to find a Joseph Glass that had abandoned all pretense of humanity. His eyes had darkened to a pure black, or perhaps he had no eyes at all, only windows into some place of outer darkness. I was shaking like a leaf as I sat in front of him, feeling more like a prisoner than he was. Mr. Glass. No reply. I shuddered, trying to focus on my little piece of paper to distract myself from the blackness of his eyes. I have some questions I'm supposed to ask you. Is that okay? Silence. I take a deep breath. How old are you, Glass? I thought it was just one of those basic questions. Conversation starters, really. I couldn't have prepared myself for his answer. I am old, child. His voice was nothing like I remembered. It was deep and low and rumbling, like there were multiple people speaking in unison, and all were equally ancient. Older than you could possibly know. Older than this nation, and older even than the empire that once bore it. I had to fight the basic animal instinct to flee. Focus on the questions, I thought. Why did you do what you did to those girls? Just so I could feel something again, he whispered. Anything. Did you not feel the slightest bit of guilt? Remorse? You ask that of me? Me who has watched empires rise and fall. He almost sounded amused. Does time feel remorse? For time has killed far more than I. But mankind is like the Hydra. All I've killed will be replaced by, essentially, identical stock, and in greater numbers. And then they will die and be replaced. And so the cycle will continue forever. Did you expect me to pity them for being given the death I myself covet? Only the dead are given leave of the cycle. It is a blessing. And suddenly, he stood from his chair, as if he'd never been restrained at all. A blessing you promised me, Officer Mendez. I stared up at him in disbelief. How did you... But I couldn't even stammer a sentence out before he was upon me, crawling over the table with the eerie grace of a spider. These were no longer the imperceptible hints of emotions I'd come to expect. It was like a switch had been flipped. Tears streamed down his cheeks, snarling with genuine rage, hurt, betrayal. And beneath those black seas in his eyes, all the things that haunted the fathoms below were rising to the surface. You owe me a death. Make good on your word. Pay your debt. I cried out and recoiled from his every touch with disgust, but he was stronger than he looked. I couldn't worm my way out of his impossible grip. I won't. Get off of me, you sick bastard. Do it. Pay me what you owe. It was like 1,000 different voices screaming in my ear. Straining and weeping, I locked my hands around his neck and pressed my thumbs against his throat, trying to strangle him. But instead, I could just feel that grip upon my own neck, squeezing the life out of myself as my lungs burned for air. Yet I kept pressing harder and harder, as if hoping I might somehow break through whatever unholy force was protecting him. And then those terrible hands grasped my shoulders again, and I was paralyzed by a terror that could be called nothing but ancient and primal. Like the thing standing behind me was the same force that had kept my ancestors huddled terrified in their caves 100,000 years ago, and every one of those voices was crying out to me through my very blood, and it pulled me from my chair, threw me as though I were weightless, and the next thing I knew, I was waking up in the infirmary. Once more, none of this was captured on the security camera. In the footage, I just enter the room and have a seat with strange, almost robotic movements. And then the both us just sit there, staring at each other without speaking, without moving, without blinking, for an hour. After this, Joseph Glass entered a catatonic state, and from then on refused to converse with even me. Now that my usefulness had ended, the agents discarded me like yesterday's trash. Don't even seem to care if I tell anybody. Who would believe me? I thought I'd gotten lucky, that my nightmare was over. I couldn't have been more wrong. Go sorting through any public records and you won't find a single mention of the name Joseph Glass. They've squirreled him away in that off-the-books black site and scrubbed away every other trace of him. I'd say he'd been unpersoned, if indeed he could ever be called a person at all. But they're still trying every execution method in the book. I don't know quite why. Maybe it's for research. I'm sure the US military would love to find the secret to making its men as unkillable as Glass. And besides, they're not the ones who have to deal with the consequences. On June 3rd, 2005, they tried a firing squad. I know this because me and my wife were out on our second honeymoon, slow dancing by the lake at night to our favorite song, when I felt a wetness against my chest. I looked down to see her eyes as gray and dull as foggy glass, and her chest shredded to Swiss cheese by rounds that made no sound. On December 23rd, 2012, they tried lethal injection. That was the day they found my son's car wrapped around a tree, and baffled coroners discovered that he was dead before the accident even occurred, his bloodstream polluted with pavilon and potassium chloride. It's been years since I've isolated myself from everyone I knew, hermiting away in this cabin out in the middle of nowhere. And yet the stench of death still follows me. Just a couple years ago, I found a news report mentioning my nephew. Apparently, he'd been found completely exsanguinated, his veins emptied utterly despite no signs of a struggle. God knows what kind of arcane methods of execution they're trying by now. He's not going to let me walk away from this. Not while I still owe him a debt. But I've been doing some research too. Research into those untold legions of things I witnessed staring up from that blackened sea in Glass's eyes. I've learned things men were not meant to know. Practiced rites, assembled tools, ingredients. And I think I know where they're keeping him. Even though they blindfolded me, I counted the second between every turn on our way to the black site, and I've since spent weeks watching the place, cataloging every entry point. Maybe I'm slipping into madness, or maybe I've truly found the way to put an end to the horror, to finally give this monster the justice that Taft would have wanted for him. Joseph Glass had been right about one single thing. I have to pay what I owe, even if it kills me. Eat my heart. I wish I could give a more romantic starting point, but I just don't have one. I didn't do bad in school. No Einstein, but I got by and kept my head down. I kept that up after getting into college, pursuing a major in English. Dealing with kids seemed like a nightmare, but teaching was something I thought I enjoyed. From the few times my friends asked for help with essays and explanations of one of the 1,000 poems we were expected to learn. I didn't have a mom at home, but I wasn't under any circumstances abandoned. My dad filled up both roles, tried his absolute hardest, and I'll always love my dad. He was a baker but got promoted over time and runs his own bakery. His bakery is how I met Scott. I was helping out with moving the pretzels from the storage room in the back to the front. Partially because of the pretzels being bought, mostly because of me stealing them and eating them. When he first came in, I took one glance, looked back at the pretzels, looked back at him, and saw him looking at me, and walked back to the storage room still holding a whole bag full of pretzels. My dad gave me the worst side eye I've received to date and gave me an all-knowing smirk stating, "I know you're trying to hide it, but I can see you blushing." From there, I only remember jumps in moments. From him becoming a regular, to asking to hang out. From friends to best friends. I wish the feelings went away for some pathetic reason. I wish I could have stayed his friend because I know how much easier it is to be forgiven when love isn't in the equation. I tried for so long to not think about him, but I couldn't. He was the foundation keeping my head up, and he was the only thing in my mind. I loved the way he fixed his middle part in the wind. I loved the way he laughed and how clean his teeth looked. I loved the way he smelled and how his hands looked. I loved the way he talked, the way he wouldn't let people be rude without reason but would try understanding every side. Every time I looked into his eyes, I saw a heavy heart with a soft inside, and I wanted it all to myself. Every other boy and girl that looked his way ignited a hatred in me, like some unforgiven sin they've committed in my eyes. And I do not forgive. I do not forget. By day the feelings were sweet and quiet. By night they turned loud and violent. Thoughts of him looking at me and telling me that he isn't comfortable around me, Thoughts of him seeing me the way I saw myself. I don't know what I was more scared of. Him saying he'll never love me, or him saying he loves me too. Then from those to worse. How I'd react if he died. How I'd hurt and hate myself. What I'd do if he fell in love with somebody else. He wasn't ever mine, but I wanted it more than I wanted anything else in this world. We stayed friends for 2 whole years until I ruined everything. One cold November night, I had came over to his house in just a t-shirt again. I was doing that quite a lot, actually. If he suspected anything, he never had the heart to say anything. I just loved wearing his clothes, his smell, his dead skin particles against mine, something that belonged to him covering me and keeping me warm. I belonged to him. He wasn't mine, but I was his. We had this obsession over Fight Club. Where he enjoyed the psychological aspects, I just loved Brad Pitt and Norton. There wasn't anything special about the night. I just got drunk and made a mistake. Something came up in the movie, some scene where the two are making soap. He said we should try. I don't know what I was thinking, but I crawled over to him and kissed him. He didn't say anything, but his body language said enough. The dead motion, the stillness, the mix of shock and horror in his eyes. I sobered up quickly after that. I stood up and left, still wearing his hoodie. I don't know if he looked at me on the way out. I didn't turn around. I didn't deserve to know. We didn't text again for a very long time. I cried in his hoodie till the color drained out of it, till the color drained out of my eyes. My dyed hair, my painted nails. I cried till I couldn't cry anymore. I'd like to say I got over him, but it would be a lie. I kept on with life, but the ambition I had died off. Being an English teacher turned into working full-time at my dad's. The personality I had liked about myself slowly dwindled and shrank until I wasn't that person anymore. The memory of that person was in the pictures of me and Scott I had saved as my lock screen. Scott's clothes I hadn't thrown out. I didn't turn to drinking or drugs or anything drastic. I just got on. Life felt dull, and I knew there was no point of destroying myself. My dad deserved better. Yesterday marked 2 years of me and Scott not talking. I helped my dad cook some cinnamon buns, which I was more than happy to do. Cinnamon was a new favorite snack I had enjoyed. He said to go take a break since the shop didn't need extra hands until around 1 p.m. to where people would usually pop in for their breaks. We owned a building with 3 floors and had the bottom floor dedicated as a bakery, and the other 2 were our living quarters. So I went upstairs and made a cup of tea in our staff room, which was really just our living room and kitchen. I turned on the TV and looked for something to watch for the 30 minutes I had, but couldn't find anything appealing. I turned off the TV, took a long sip from my cup of tea, and checked my phone. Scott had messaged me. Hey, classic. I tried to hold back the urge to write a paragraph back. I kept writing words and deleting them and writing and deleting. Scott sent another message before I responded. I assumed you'd text SMTN a little sooner, but I got bored of waiting. Guilt bit down into me. I could have written something. I should have. The love I held never fully dissipated. It couldn't. Dating just felt like I was cheating on him. Sex just felt empty. Nothing could ever break what I felt, but that night hit me in a way I could never recover from. What apology could ever possibly be enough? I wrote back. My fingers were typing, but I wasn't writing in a collected, intelligent way. My body was typing for me. Why now? He responded almost instantly. It almost made me smile at how fast he had typed a response back. I feel like I led you on. I kinda always had a guess you were gay, but I just didn't think that you would. You know. My heart was unbearably loud. My right leg was bouncing. My teeth were quivering. I didn't know what to say. There's no words that could fully express how I felt, how wrong he was. I wanted to tell him that it wasn't his fault. I wanted to apologize and say a million things. I settled on humor. My fault falling in love with somebody who dips chicken into maple syrup. After I pressed send, I got terrified. What if he didn't find it funny? What if his humor changed? What if this and that and this and that? He responded with a shitty gif of a crying, laughing emoji with the caption ROFL. Nobody said that anymore or used that gif. He's such a loser. Low blow coming from somebody who drinks Bloody Marys. Jokes became catching up became talking, and talking turned serious quicker than I was comfortable with. He wouldn't bring up anything recent that happened in his life, only asking about me and trying to expand things as much as he could. From spiked seltzer to bottles of painkillers, nothing had gotten exciting. I never got addicted, but talking to him made me realize I'm technically sober from drinking, since I hadn't drank in over a year. Then almost out of nowhere, after him laughing about my cinnamon obsession, I mentioned I wasn't actively trying to be sober, just hadn't had anyone to drink with. He responded with a message I really missed seeing. "Want to come over? I've got some Coke and some Smirnoff." Within a minute of reading the message, I asked my dad to skip work. After a heavy apology and a promise to do all the cleaning myself when I returned, I left towards the apartment Scott said he was staying in. I knew it was just friends as we could ever be, but my heart was racing. I was wearing the gray hoodie I had taken on the night I kissed him. I held my phone like a baby and kept checking down to make sure the message was real and that I hadn't misread it. It hadn't snowed, but all the local nature was covered in frost. It was still bright, but due to November, it would be pitch black in a matter of 3 to 4 hours. The sun wasn't visible. The glow gleamed through the clouds and shined onto all of the town beneath. Rain was drizzling down with an apparent high risk of heavy rain, but at the time I thought my weather app was over-exaggerating. If I waited 20 minutes, I could have had the bus bring me over, but it was only a 15-minute run, and I wasn't patient to wait any longer than I had to. When I got to the block, my first thought was how horrible the building looked. On Google Maps, it looked like a relatively clean, gray-painted building. Ruins of some kind of apartment block begging for revival or a deep cleaning. The building looked all wrong, in every sense of the word. The graffiti was everywhere, but none of it was coherent. Odd sentences that made no sense, strange drawings and strange glyphs. The concrete had some kind of outer coat that was peeling off. What wasn't falling apart was covered in vines. It stood out heavy in comparison to the two brightly painted yellow apartments on its left and right side. I went up looking for a buzzer but couldn't find a keypad or any way to contact a tenant. I had been behind on my phone bills and have not been prioritizing keeping my data paid, so I had no way to contact him. Half expecting it not to work, I pushed the graffiti-stained glass door. To my surprise, it opened. Dust and ancient cobwebs blew off the doors. Cold air blew out, as if the block had its own wind within it. I walked in and smelled heroin needles and crying women. Some kind of place tainted in heavy memories and violence. This couldn't have been right. I turned back and began to walk outside, but was greeted with heavy rain. I could have left. I was raised here. I'm adjusted to rain. Nothing was truly stopping me, but I knew this was the right place. I went onto Google Maps and traced each road and followed to the gray apartment sandwiched between two colorful ones back home. I was too confident to go home. I turned on my phone planning to see if I can still access maps without Wi-Fi, but got greeted with the last message from Scott. A new one had appeared. "I love you." I glanced over it and saw it, but didn't fully process it at the moment. I checked back down and read each word letter. Bye. Letter. My heart ignited, and I dropped my phone in a panic. It hit the concrete hard, and I saw pieces of glass shatter and bounce away. I crouched down and picked up my phone. It went from a small crack to a huge one. Half my screen was a neon green, and the bottom half a neon pink with white sectioned lines like cuts. Only the middle was visible, only the last text he had sent me. I knew he didn't. I got scared. What if he was doing something awful to himself? What if he just wanted to text his old friend goodbye? What if this was his goodbye? My mind snapped in a panic. What room was he in? I couldn't check my phone, and I couldn't check each room in this block. Think, conversation. Laughing about eating habits, inviting me over, telling me the address. BTW, I'm in room 14, it's on the top floor, but don't take the elevator, it's on its last leg. 14. I shoved my phone into my pocket and went towards the stairs. The building didn't have any of its natural light, so I used the broken screen of my phone to light the way. There was a yellow stained rug on the floor of the stairs that followed me all the way up. each step squishing some kind of unknown fluid into the fabric of my runners. I wasn't paying attention to smaller details, but I could imagine maggots on the floor crawling to the decaying, rotting body of Scott. Dying alone next to the phone waiting for me, I sped up. His name was stuck in my throat between panting breaths. I let him out, screaming and pleading and begging, but I got up to the last floor. I stopped for a second to pant and then looked up at where his door was. My heart sank into my guts. His door was covered in some kind of green moving vines, some form of green tendrils moving, swirling, almost breathing. The ends were caressing where the number of his door was. 14. I charged into the apartment and tried breaking through the door but failed to break it down. The tendrils reacted and shrunk, tightening against the door. I followed the tendrils with my eyes and realized they led into the room. No, they were coming from the room. "Scott?" I whimpered. "Scott, what the fuck is this? Are you okay?" The tendrils remained unchanged. I took 4 steps back, counting each one, and charged back into the door, slamming against it with my shoulders. I took more steps and rammed over and over and over and over and over and over and over until the wood reached a breaking point, and I ended up crashing right through the door into the apartment. I coughed. My lungs and shoulders felt like they were burning. I luckily didn't get any splinters or land on anything sharp. In fact, my landing was weirdly soft. I put my hands under me and pushed myself up to see the apartment. It was overgrown, writhing green vines shifting and moving lively, covering each possible surface of the floors and the walls. Some areas led into masses of contorted greenery, which had gorgeous red mushrooms growing out of them. The only light illuminating the room was a scarce yellow coming from the right to where I assumed the bathroom to be. I walked forward trying to avoid the vines and went into the bathroom. There wasn't any of the bathroom left. From the floors and ceiling to the doorway and walls, everything was covered. Not an inch of tiles or plaster was visible. Pulsating, swirling, shifting and breathing vines moved across each other like snakes fighting over any ounce of color that wasn't green. The living tendrils swirled and I picked a single one and followed it from its end all the way over to where I realized all the vines were coming from a huge cluster of them in a particular shape. A bathtub. I wanted to run and scream and cry more than anything, but I couldn't. Something overtook me. I looked down to my feet and saw one of the ends of the vines had wrapped themselves around my foot. It wasn't a strong sensation like it was forced. It was warm, inviting. I took a step forward and the vine let go, moving under my foot and making space onto the floor for me to move without hurting the vines. The moment I got close to the tub, the vines shifted and moved and opened up a viewing window so I could see the contents hidden within. I collapsed onto the floor beside and grabbed onto the vines. They held me back. He wasn't groaning. He didn't have that much left in him. His skin was plastic, faded, yellow, shining. It looked wrong. Vines contracting and shifting around his exposed ribcage. He only had one organ left. No lungs, no liver, no stomach, no intestine. Just a massive bloated heart. It was shining orange with a bleak white hue at the bottom. It was beating and barely contained in its wooden ribcage. I rubbed the vines, realizing the pulsating of the vines matched Scott's heartbeat. I held the edge of the tub, feeling weak. A vine slowly moving and wrapped itself around my hand. It didn't speak to me in the general sense, more so I felt the meaning. It went beyond needing to be understood. The guilt, the loneliness, all the girls he left behind broken and sobbing. I felt what he had felt in my absence, the good and the ugly. Scott didn't love me the way I loved him, but he missed me, and in his own way he did love me back. I sobbed, crying from all of his pain passing through me. I felt like I was being gutted. The vines leached off of me, prying into my love for him. I wanted to leave. I wanted to leave more than anything. I loved him, but he's gone. There's nothing left of him. Nothing to love. I tried to take my hands off of the bathtub, but noticed the vines held me in place. When I tried to pull against them, they held me tighter and pierced into my skin, tightening and impaling and holding me still. He didn't want me to leave. Whatever was happening, whatever he was changing into, he didn't want it to happen alone. I tried to use my legs to stand and push myself against them, but I found my whole body encaged in their grasp. Scott, please let me go. His dead mouth didn't so much as twitch. The grasp didn't change. Only got tighter against my body once I put any force behind it. I tried one more heavy squirm to fight against the vines and got sent into agony. My arms, my legs, my hands, my thighs, all of them tightened and crushed my body, trying to lock me into position. The only thing I had any control of was my neck and my mouth. I felt my body getting weak, the pain shifting all throughout my body, making me hear my own heartbeat. I could also feel my own blood flow slow and boil into my brain, making every thought a nightmare to hold on to. I love you too, Scott. I cried. I cried it out with a tear while my whole body was burning. I repeated it. I love you. Begging and pleading and praying for the words to go through and for something to change, but nothing did. It just got tighter. I gave up and cried, weeping in the same place and moving my head down to try to put myself against the bathtub. I then noticed just how far I can reach down with my mouth and decided on one final idea. As quickly as I could, I moved my head down and bit down at the vines around my right hand. The bite made my entire right arm burn as if I was gnawing through my own flesh, but I pursued. I bit deeper and deeper, seeing blood leaking from the vines. I chewed and spit and chewed and spit and chewed and spit until I had a weak enough section to tear my hand out of. As I got one limb free, all the others got worse, but I had my strength, and I knew if I didn't fight now, I might never get the chance to fight again. I pulled on my left hand and moved it as close as I could to my mouth. I got it and pulled and dragged it into my mouth and gnawed. With both my hands free, I tried to rip the vines off my legs, but had no such luck. The more I pulled, the worse it got. I couldn't rip the vines off of me. What should I do? What can I do? I looked over at Scott's body. I noticed a small glimmer on his cheek that had fallen from his eye. Scott had been crying. He can't control this, but he's conscious. I know he would have wanted me to. I know he didn't want to be trapped there, in a personal cage. I grabbed onto the wooden ribs, keeping the strange beating heart in his chest, and tore them. They were fragile, wet, weak. They broke off easily. I broke 3 more, giving myself enough space to reach into the chest and grab. It didn't feel fleshy or wet, anything you'd associate a beating heart with. It was almost rubber, some kind of smooth silicone texture that was soft and squishy. I put my hand underneath it and felt it beat and instantly pulled my hand away. The curiosity which had become Scott's heart had shocked me in some way. I looked at my hand and saw tiny specks of green injected into spots around my right hand that burned. I did my best to ignore them and wrapped my hand around the heart. The vines that still had a grip on me began tightening more and more, and I felt like I had seconds before my bones snapped. I couldn't wait anymore. I couldn't take that risk. In between tears, I grabbed, I squeezed, and I pulled. The heart had attached itself into threads of flesh that wouldn't let go quite as easily as I wanted. I slowly pulled the heart closer in the direction of my head, avoiding the pain each beat sent from my hand down my wrist, down my entire body. After one blind moment, it tore. The vines had instantly let go, and I collapsed onto the floor behind me. His heart had lost the pulse and color that made is so magical and strange. Replacing the rubber was an outer layer that had petrified upon losing contact to Scott's body. It was hard, almost wooden, but not quite. It had jagged edges and dents, and along the middle it had a rough part that circled around it. It resembled a really big peach pit. It was a seed. I cradled it, figuring it was harmless now. I stood up and looked at Scott's lifeless body one more time. I weighed the pros and cons of kissing him, but settled on a fist bump, and through knot and agony cried out the last thing I'll ever tell Scott, something I'd rather keep to myself. I went home slowly, taking the rain in every drop at a time. Every noise, every car, every person, every splash of a puddle felt so inconceivable, so distant, so pointless. I walked home, and when I got home I sat down into the corner and cried. I held what used to be Scott's heart against my chest as close to my heart as I could, and I cried. Didn't ever think I'd have to use a fucking flashlight again. My son Josh stormed into the house an hour ago, and I left to get us some food because the fridge had fuck all in it. Sure, the traffic was a little much, but 2 hours of time is not enough for what I came back to. The entire windows from the outside were almost entirely covered in thick, growing, writhing vines. They shifted and moved and rapidly expanded, reaching and clawing for more space to perch onto. I got out of the car without a slight thought of what to do. The vines found an open window and must have accidentally opened the door, as the vines reached out into the outside walls and the pavement lining the floor. Josh is still inside. I didn't have my phone, so I rummaged through an old camping bag in the trunk and found a flashlight. The battery was fucked, but hitting it brought it back for a few seconds, and I decided if it was all I could use, I would abuse it. The vines didn't tear, but they moved on their own accord to avoid whatever force was being put on them. I opened the door, and it slowly slithered away as if alive, while growing longer and longer, stretching itself as far outside as it could to. The small bakery with blue and white walls and a cozy feeling now looked as if abandoned and left to rot. The vines only allowed small beams of sunlight to pierce through the darkness, and whatever fit through the unforgiving tendrils came out in a similar color, painting every surface of wood in a sickening green hue. The vines continued shifting and contracting, grabbing and feeling around different chairs and counters. Any baked goods that came into contact with the vines instantly rotted and became covered in mold. I walked around to the back room where the staircase up to my living room was. The light from the windows didn't reach any further, so I smacked the light into submission and got to see the stairwell in its honest light. The tendrils wrapped around the ceiling, the walls and the floor, shifting once I changed my footing to slowly climb up or hold on to the walls for balance. Vines hung off of the ceiling, curling and moving into the air as if confused fingers trying to find a point of contact. The house was alive. I walked up the stairs as quickly as my fear allowed me. The living room was in a similar state of overgrowth, with one clear difference: vegetation, giant pink daisies coming out of the couch, glowing blue mushrooms growing from the green that had coated the TV. The vines seemed to be growing out of the stairs that led to the third floor, which led to Josh and I's bedrooms. The vines on the stairs here were thicker. They wouldn't move. They were stuck in place and thick, and I tried to avoid touching as many as I could, but there were just too many. Once I finally made it to my son's room, I opened the door, but the flashlight ran out of charge. I smacked it over and over, but the battery must have fully fried on the way up. "Josh?" I called out for my son, but no words came back to me. The only response was two green pulsating orbs I saw in the corner of his room beating together in unison. Maria on the moon. "Did you know that early astronomers thought there were oceans on the moon?" I asked, looking up from my book. My mom shifted in her bed, a tangle of IV tubes shifting with her. "Of course. The moon seems like the perfect place to find an ocean." "What a shame we never found water then," I said, "because those false seas, astronomers called them Maria." Mom smiled. "How sweet of them to name the moon oceans after me." "Well, they didn't find any oceans," I reminded her. "Maybe they just didn't look hard enough," she replied, a little laugh slipping from her lips. For all of the pain she was in, all of the fear she must feel, my mother always had the kind of laugh that could light a candle. We were in her hospital room, the same one we'd been in and out of for the last year and a half. Sometimes we had a roommate, sometimes we were alone. Always she held steady enough for both of us. The rock I tied my hope to, the wall against the grief I knew was coming. Cancer is such a mundane word for something so hungry and cruel. I've noticed medicine does that a lot, covers horror with tedious language like a bedsheet over a body. Malignant, inoperable, metastasized, terminal. But when she laughed, we weren't in the hospital anymore, we were home. When she laughed, she wasn't sick, she was young again, and I was a kid, and the world was a bright place begging to be explored. What a miracle my mother was. Cancer had taken so much from her, aged and hurt her, but it could never steal her laugh. That was hers to keep. "How are we feeling today?" the doctor asked. He came in less and less often. We could all sense this was the final stay in this room. Just brilliant, Doc, my mom said, struggling to sit a little higher. We can still go dancing later if you'd like, though we'll have to ask for my son's blessing. Ever since his dad died, Brian's been very protective of me. I put on a stern face. I'll need to know your intentions are pure, Doctor. Bradshaw. As the driven snow, he played along. But I might need a rain check on the dance, Ms. Willen. I'm not as young as I used to be. He emphasized his age, running his fingers through gray-white hair. My mom tapped her bare scalp. Right there with you, Tiger, she said. Dr. Bradshaw smiled, but I could tell he was burdened. I saw him glance at the small idol I'd placed on my mother's nightstand. The talisman was a miniature oak tree carved from gray soapstone. There were 4 faces etched into the tree, a sentry against ill health and bitter spirits. I could tell the stone tree made the doctor uncomfortable. In all honesty, I had a tough time looking at the idol for more than a few seconds. The faces were each whittled in vivid expression. The face closest to my mother's bed was smiling kindly, and the face pointed towards the door was snarling, meant to ward away harm. The final 2 faces were both weeping. All 4 shapes were too human, too raw. There was a weirdness to the stone tree that put people on edge, but I'd grown used to every shade of weird you can imagine. My mother's side of the family was full of stories of unexplained luck and mysterious tragedy, whispered secrets and unexplained deaths. By all accounts, my maternal grandmother was either an honest-to-goodness witch or full-bore, high-caliber crazy, or both. Probably both. The stone tree was from a box of my grandmother's things I'd found in the attic earlier that month. Maybe it was just a coincidence, but my mom did seem to get a bit better when I'd brought in the talisman, at least for a little while. I was daydreaming about family history and the odd box while Dr. Bradshaw checked his charts and Mom's vitals. "Can I talk to you for a moment?" he asked, ripping me back to reality. Dr. Bradshaw tried to keep a light tone, but I could tell he didn't have good news. The hospital hallway smelled like ammonia and birthday cake. Someone must have had a party, maybe a patient, maybe a nurse. Strange how you remember the insignificant details while your world is crashing down around you. "I'm so sorry," Dr. Bradshaw told me. "The results came in this morning. It's spreading aggressively. We held it back as long as we could, Brian. Your mom is a fighter, but right now we just need to try to keep her as comfortable as we can. Brian?" The wall was cracking, grief waiting on the other side, heavy and cold as an empty house. I'd known for months that this was the most likely outcome, but it still hurt to hear. Hurt worse than I could stomach. "There's nothing left to try?" I asked, fighting down the urge to throw up. "Anything? Experimental? Untested? Anything?" Dr. Bradshaw shook his head. "I'm sorry. Sometimes we just run out of options. She fought a good fight." "How long does she have left?" I asked, looking back into her room. She'd fallen asleep. "Not long. Maybe days. Have you considered hospice?" The smell of ammonia and birthday cake. The steady beep of Mom's heart monitor. I tried to focus on the world around me. My hope wasn't dead yet. If medicine couldn't help my mom, maybe something older could. I thought of the box of my grandmother's things waiting in the attic. There was a lot in there I hadn't gone through yet. Books and candles and secrets and lost things. Maybe there was a cure, or at least a way to keep the fight going. "No," I said. "If all that's left is to make her comfortable, I want to take her home." The doctor smiled. "I understand. We can give you some medication, ways to help her with the pain." He put his hand on my shoulder. "Your mom's been in a lot of pain, but she'll have peace soon. You've done all you can." "I know," I lied. "Thank you." Mom lived in a small ranch house 10 miles outside of town. There wasn't much in the way of neighbors besides some woods and a creek slithering through her yard. It was a windy, warm March afternoon when I took my dying mother home. That night I began my work. I was going to turn the house into a bunker, a maze death could never solve. I would keep my mother safe. I would find a way to keep her alive. The little red book was full of ideas. Running water was an obvious place to start. The creek behind the house was barely a trickle, but it should provide some coverage to the south side of the property. Salt was next, lining the doorways and window frames. then in an unbroken circle around the entire house. This step was to be repeated daily, the red book stressed, or even multiple times per day. Even a moderate breeze played holy havoc with any salt poured outside, so it was always best to trace and retrace every few hours. Water and salt were common defenses against man's oldest enemy and well known. The book offered other, less conventional advice. It took me nearly a week to finish carving the symbols and signs into the walls, the floors, even the trees on the property. Sometime around noon on the third day, on my back in the crawl space etching strange marks onto the underside of the floor, it struck me how ridiculous I was acting. There was no proof that any of the information in the little red book was anything other than the delusional ramblings of a bizarre woman I'd only met once or twice as a child. For all I knew, the runes meant to ward off death were actually a grocery list written in Cantonese. But I was desperate, and every time I saw my mother, she looked frailer, more fragile. So I continued carving and praying and building layers upon layers of protections to keep death far away. Making my marks took me all over the property. It was a big yard, nearly 3 acres, that blended gradually into the surrounding forest. I wasn't able to pinpoint the exact boundary where cultivated met nature. The edges simply bled together. But I did my best to create a clean border with lines between the symbols. I'd always loved the wildness here, the way you could wander a few hundred yards away from home and feel like you'd traveled hundreds of years into the past to somewhere primal. This was the perfect playground for a kid, whether I was out exploring trails or trapping minnows, or spending the summer building yet another treehouse, convinced this would be the final one. It never was. I was never satisfied. The house itself, though small, was more than enough room for my mother and me. Dad died when I was 7. I don't remember much about him, just how big he seemed, with a bonfire grin and arms that I thought could hold the whole world. My mom often said I took after my father. I could see it in the old pictures of him. We had the same eyes, green as moss in the summer, and the same fiery shock of red hair, enemy to every comb on the planet. The sicker Mom got, the more often she called me by my father's name. I worried when she drifted away like that, but a part of me was proud she'd mistake me for him. After all of the symbols were carved, there were a few steps left in the book to deter death from visiting. There were dozens of charms and talismans in the bottom of the old box in the attic. I sat up there, combing through everything my grandmother left behind, referencing the red book, pushing the tiny charms into tidy piles. None of the idols were larger than my thumb. Some were iron and others were wood. Some were heavy, others light. All of them were uncomfortable to look at or touch. The attic was drafty, but not nearly enough to explain the cold that burrowed into me as I sorted the charms. I'm not particularly tall, but the attic felt like it was designed for dolls. Beams so low I couldn't even walk bent over. I moved around on my knees, rough floorboards threatening splinters even through my jeans. I could have taken the box downstairs where I'd have more room, but the idea filled me with a deep unease. It seemed better to leave the box up in the attic, only taking down objects as I needed them. Up here, at least, my grandmother's items, her legacy was quarantined. The red book was very specific about the distribution of the totems around the house and property. I walked carefully through my mom's backyard, boots plopping in and out of mud, compass in hand. It had rained nearly every day since I'd taken my mom home from the hospital. I knew it was almost certainly a coincidence, but couldn't help wonder if the soft curtains of rain falling to the ground were for her. I placed charms in a compass rose with the house in the middle. The most disturbing objects were given places of honor at each cardinal direction. Water, salt, wards, charms, all placed carefully, intentionally. My grandmother's book promised that these would offer some degree of protection against the inevitability of death. The symbols would confuse it, the talismans distract it, and the water and salt make barriers to slow it down. But death might still find a crack to slip through, so the red book recommended one final trick. There was a small candle in the bottom of the box, dirty white as stained paper. When I took the candle from its case, the smell made me gag. Have you ever walked past a portable toilet in the dog days of summer? When it's so hot, the blue plastic has started to warp and bubble. Imagine that smell distilled into a finger's worth of wax. I brought the candle downstairs, placed it on the dining room table, and set it alight. The wick caught immediately, the flame burning an unusual red-brown. No heat came off of the candle, and it actually seemed cooler the closer I moved my hand to the fire. Once the wax began to melt, the smell was 10 times worse than it was back in the attic. I choked down a greasy sickness crawling up my throat and quickly left the room, shutting the French doors as I went. That helped trap the odor, but I couldn't shake the sense of nausea. I went to check on my mother. "Do you remember the day you ran away?" my mom asked, sitting in her bed, lunch untouched on the nightstand beside her. I didn't think she had any weight left to lose before she was nothing but bone and memory. Her skin was rice paper over a frame that seemed smaller every day. Her eyes, though, no matter how fragile the rest of her became, remained two little lanterns against the dark, blue and bright and alive. "I didn't make it very far," I answered, "and I wasn't really running away, only stretching my legs." Mom smiled. "You told me you were leaving for the circus. You wanted to be either a lion tamer or a strong man or maybe a fire eater." I think I wanted to be all of that combined. Young me was big on multitasking. My mother turned, so she was looking out the window into the yard. "I was so scared when I found your note, the one saying you were leaving. My hands were shaking like you wouldn't believe when I called the sheriff and then Mr. Jonas down the way. It felt like we were searching for you for half the night, even though it couldn't have been more than an hour before we found you there, lost in the woods, wandering around and shivering. You hadn't even brought a jacket." I sat next to my mom on the bed. "Yeah, I didn't exactly plan ahead for my circus escape. I remember getting over the idea real quick, but I couldn't find my way back. I'm glad you found me." "I'm glad too," my mother said, and I noticed her wipe away a tear. "I'm so glad. That hour you were gone, Brian, that was the most afraid I've ever been. Afraid we wouldn't find you. Afraid you might be hurt or worse. I couldn't hardly breathe through the fear. Then suddenly, you were there and the relief nearly knocked me over. I think we stayed up together the rest of the night watching the stars. I wanted to make sure you could find the North Star in case you ever got lost again." She turned back to me, reached out her thin hand and placed it over mine. There were still tears in her eyes, but she smiled her lighthouse smile, and for a moment, I saw her just as she used to be, just as she was the night I ran away and my mom found me. I squeezed her hand. I was scared too. I was afraid I'd be stuck out there. "What made you think of it?" "Well, I've been thinking a lot about dying lately and—" "Don't," I interrupted. "Don't talk like that. You're not going anywhere, not for a long time." "It's okay," she said, squeezing my hand back. "It's okay. I've known real fear, and what I'm feeling now. It's not like that. I'm scared, I guess, but I'm at peace with it. I had such a beautiful life. I'm so glad I got to meet you, to be your mom." "I'm glad too," I whispered, voice breaking on the last word. "But I won't let you go without a fight," I added silently in my mind. Something was trying to get to my mom. The strangeness began the day after I lit the candle. At first it was small blips, tiny wrongs that I chalked up to my imagination. Doors I knew I'd closed at night were open in the morning. Food began to rot and spoil within days of me bringing it into the house. Eventually, food would go bad almost immediately. Every few hours, the television in the living room would either turn off if it was running or on if it was off. Clocks would stop overnight, always at 3:03 a.m. Shadows began sticking to the corners of rooms independent of any light sources. The shadows were stubborn, and they would linger for as long as I would stare, then disappear when I blinked. I began hearing bumps and knocks at all hours, and sometimes, when I'd enter an empty room, I had a sharp, fleeting certainty that it was only just occupied. I avoided the dining room except to check in twice a day to see if the candle was still burning. The smell was vicious, and would claw its way into your throat and nostrils the moment it was given a chance. I kept the door to the room shut and kept air fresheners running in the surrounding rooms 24/7. The funny thing was, the candle never went out, never even seemed to shrink. I could see the wax melting, but day in and day out, the candle refused to change. Days marched into weeks, and the wrongness only grew deeper. My mom and I both lost sleep to vivid nightmares that we couldn't remember when we woke up. Only the echoes remained, but those were enough to leave my pulse sprinting until morning. I started sleeping in a chair in my mother's room. I did this to comfort her if she woke up confused during the night, but also because, if I'm being honest, I was too scared to sleep alone. I felt like a child running into his parents' room, convinced there was a monster under the bed. Thing is, maybe there was. By the third week, I couldn't keep doors closed. They would slam open the moment I left the room. A terrible scratching began inside of the walls. I told my mom it might be squirrels or mice, but the sound was so insistent, not like rodents milling about, more like a dog wanting in. I stopped leaving the house for supplies. Instead, I had what little food we ate delivered. I kept the curtains drawn. There was tapping on the glass every night. About a month after leaving the hospital, we were living like zombies. The dining room couldn't contain the smell of the candle anymore. The entire house was clogged with the scent. Tiny noises had graduated into full-on laughs and screams and whispers in the rooms around us. Something kicked the bathroom door so hard while I was taking a shower that the hinges warped. I covered every mirror in the house. I'd started to see things in the corners looking back at me, half-hidden faces, shapes that skittered away as soon as I turned around. Mom was drifting further and further away. She had long moments of confusion where she'd forget my name, forget where we were. Sometimes she'd think I was my dad. Other times, she'd just stare at the wall for hours, growing fainter and fainter each day like a Polaroid left in the sun. But she was alive. It was clear that we were under siege by something. My world shrank to only one room, and every trip to the bathroom, or to answer the door for food, felt like going over the trenches. The noises kept getting worse and worse, the shadows closer, the sense of movement around the house sharper. Every now and then I would feel hot breath on the back of my neck or walk through a cold patch hanging in the air. I stopped bothering redrawing the lines of salt around the house. I knew deep in my bones that as long as the sickly candle burned, death could not take my mom away. On the 33rd day after leaving the hospital, I woke with a start from a nightmare, only to find my mom's bed empty. She hadn't been able to walk the past week at all, so my first feeling was hope that she might be improving, at least a little. Then I noticed the odor we'd been living with for weeks was gone. "Mom!" I shouted, running in bare feet out of the room. I found her in the dining room, the door wide open. She was standing at the table, frail as a neglected scarecrow, bobbing back and forth. Her hands were hovering over the candle. The flame was out. "Why did you do that?" I whispered. "Mom? Mom? Are you okay?" I padded into the room, the wooden floor freezing cold. My mother didn't react to my presence. She just continued rocking side to side. I realized she was still asleep. "Mom?" I gently shook her shoulder. "Wake up." Her head snapped back and she nearly fell. I caught her on the way down. It felt like she weighed nothing at all. "What's going on?" she asked, looking around the dark room. "Where?" "You're okay," I told her. "You were sleepwalking." "I was having the most unusual dream," Mom mumbled. "There were so many stars and—" She began to shiver uncontrollably. The cold hit me a moment later. I let out a gasp. The house was chilly before, but the dining room was near Arctic. My breath bloomed into a thin cloud in front of my face. I became acutely aware of the complete silence filling the house. Then I heard scratching. It was coming all throughout the house, deep tearing sounds at the walls around the dining room. Footsteps came immediately after, heavy and fast. Somewhere in the house, a window shattered. "Brian," my mother said, holding on to me. "Don't worry," I said. "Everything will be—" My voice deserted me as a massive shadow unfolded in the corner of the room. It was shaped like a man, but tall. So very tall. And it was fast. Before I could yell, the shadow was on us, pouring over my mother. In the space of a heartbeat, she was simply gone. No, I whispered, clawing at the dissolving shadow where my mom used to be. No, 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 no. The shadow was disappearing like a puddle sinking into the floor. There was a texture to it, oily and too slick to hold. I thought of my mother the night she found me lost in the woods, the night I'd run away. Her face filled my memory, her lighthouse smile. I remembered the relief I felt when she found me, the overwhelming love. I held on to that feeling, clutching it close. You can't have her, I whispered. I closed my fist around the last threads of the shadow. There was a terrible sensation of pulling. It was like I'd caught a horse by the tail and it was trying to shake me. But I held on. A sense of ripping and being dragged. It was a riptide with a mind of its own. But I held on. It could not shake me. The temperature was dropping every second and I felt my vision growing dark. The last thought that ran through my head before I blacked out was a promise to myself that even if I died, my grip would hold. I wouldn't let my mother's life slip away. All sounds and light faded, narrowing to a pinprick and then going black. I woke up under a field of stars. I was lying in soft grass, still wearing my pajama bottoms and an old t-shirt. It was cool, wherever I was, but comfortably so. I stood up. There were trees all around me, tall and close, stitched together with shadows. Immediately to my right, there was a road that ran straight as far as I could see, blurring into the horizon. But the stars, they were like nothing I'd ever seen before. Bright ribbons of northern lights rippled above me in green and blue and purple. Stars lit the sky like millions of lanterns floating on a still ocean. The moon shone sharpest of all, a spotlight hanging above the tree line, so close I thought I could stretch up and brush its face. "You are persistent," said a voice from the forest behind me. I whipped around but couldn't see anyone. Then a dark spot began to clarify against the gloom. The silhouette separated itself and moved towards me. I recognized it instantly as the shadow from the dining room. As it moved closer, the thing grew and grew until it touched the sky and filled my vision. A deep dread sank into me, but I stood my ground. "Give me back my mom," I shouted. The silhouette pulled away from the sky, and then it was standing in front of me, the shape and size of a tall man. But instead of a shadow, the thing had wrapped itself in stars. Miniature constellations drifted across its body, floating slowly like a time-lapse of a clear night sky. Burning brightest was the North Star, blue and warm. The space between the stars was absolute black, not a shadow, but a complete absence of light. It was the most beautiful, terrifying thing I'd ever seen. "What are you?" I whispered. "You know," it replied. "Give her back," I begged. "Please, give her back." "I can't. It's her time. Past her time. You delayed me. Delayed her." I clenched my fists. "She didn't get enough time. I didn't get enough time. It's not right. It's not fair." "Of course it's not fair," the starry thing said. "But it is right. You each have your time. And at the end of it, there's me. And there is a road. And we walk it together." "Where to?" I asked. "Where are you taking her?" "I don't know. It's not for me to know, only to know how to get there." "Then I won't let you take her." I planted myself in the road. The world was still and solemn around us. The constellations drifted like clouds, and a soft breeze stirred the branches. The starry thing didn't respond for a moment. "Your mother was kind and caring. Wherever she goes, she'll have peace," it promised. "But," the creature raised its hand, "did you ever stop to think that death isn't an enemy? Death simply is. It is the natural partner to life. It knows no prejudice or malice, has no designs or ambitions. Your mother spent so long suffering, felt so much pain. Instead of letting her rest, you took it upon yourself to draw her life beyond its given course. You kept her alive, but at the cost of stretching her thin, prolonging her sickness, diluting her. Did you keep her alive for her benefit or for yours?" I couldn't answer. "Stretching a life is unnatural, dangerous," it told me. "In the weeks you kept me away, you drew the attention of old things, hungry things, forces that would like nothing better than to swallow even the memory of your mother, to tear and bite until there was nothing left but pain and fear and a perfect emptiness. I shuddered, remembering the clawing sounds, the shattered window, and the laughter from empty rooms. "I'm sorry," I whispered. Can they hurt her here? Is she safe?" The stars in the shadow burned brighter for a moment. "Your mother won't walk her road alone. None of you do. I walk with you, always to the end." "Can I see her?" I asked. "Please, let me say goodbye." It considered for several seconds. "You are persistent." And then the starry thing was gone. I was standing alone on an empty road. "Brian." I turned to find my mother behind me on the road. She looked younger, healthier than I'd seen her in years. The frailty was gone, and my mother seemed exactly as I remembered her when she found me in the woods all those years ago. "Isn't this the most beautiful dream?" she asked, staring up at the night sky. "Yeah," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "A beautiful dream. I love you, Mom. I love you so much, so very much." She smiled and touched my cheek. "I love you too. Don't cry, it's okay. I'll wake up any time now. I'll see you then." I nodded, wiping at tears. "Sure, yeah, I'll see you then." "What do you think is at the end of the road?" she asked. "Do you think I'll have time to find out before I wake up?" I looked out at the road, scanning the trees for any hungry shadows. "I don't know. I don't know where it goes, but promise me you'll be careful." My mom smiled wider. "Of course I'll be careful." "And she won't walk alone," said a familiar voice behind us both. I turned, expecting the starry thing. But the man standing on the road was entirely normal. The light from the moon was enough that I could see he had moss-green eyes and a bright shock of red hair. "Such a beautiful dream," my mother said. The man came towards us and took my mother's hand. He and I looked so alike, I could see why my mother confused us when she was sick. "Take care of her," I told the man. Just please take care of her. Make sure she gets where she's going. There are things out there that want her to hurt her. It's my fault. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." The man squeezed my shoulder. "She'll be safe, watched over. If the devil himself is waiting on the road ahead, he'll move, or he'll be moved." I believed him. Thoughts raced through my head. There were so many things I wanted to say, questions, a million ways to say goodbye. I wanted to stretch out the moment for as long as I could, but I realized I'd already delayed my mother enough. "I love you," I told them both. "Goodbye." I woke up back in my dining room, sitting at the table, the unlit candle in front of me. The house was quiet and still. There was no more scratching, no sound or sense of life at all. I walked through every room. The house was empty. I was alone. I've spent the past couple months working on the house, erasing the marks I'd made, fixing up the property. Some nights I take long walks out into the forest. I'm far enough out in the country that on clear nights it's like looking up at a sea of stars. I think about my parents the most during those walks. I grieve and remember in my own way. And I wonder where their road went, if they're still traveling or if they reached their destination. I hope that their road takes them strange and beautiful places. When I walk at night, I look up for the North Star to keep from getting lost. Maybe they do the same. When it's full, I also look up towards the moon. I wonder if my parents had a chance to visit, to search for hidden oceans. I like to think they did, that the moon has at least one Maria, the one I love most.
The water park I worked at last summer obtained a shark statue that was discovered abandoned in a lake. They should have left it there. The summer Texas air hung heavy and thick, clinging to everything like a wet blanket, even as the evening sun dipped low. My name is Oliver, and for me, it was just another shift at Schlitterbahn Water Park. My new maintenance tech gig was a decent step up from pulling all-nighters at Waffle House, even if it meant wrestling with chlorine levels and clearing out gross drains. But tonight's task was different. Tonight, I had to dive to the bottom of the Maw. This wasn't just any water slide. The Maw was the park's newest, biggest, and without a doubt, its its most unique attraction. It was a giant slide, but the real showstopper was at the very end. The park owner, Sterling, a dude with more money than sense and a famously macabre taste, had bought it. It was a shark statue, dredged from the cold, murky depths of some forgotten lake. According to Reddit, the statue was a prop from a low-budget horror flick, sunk by its creators to startle unsuspecting divers after production wrapped. I'd seen the pictures online, the ones that popped up if you dared to search for abandoned lake shark statue. They were unsettling, sure, but more fascinating than frightening to me. Just a big, weird piece of art. A quick warning, if you have even the slightest bit of submechanophobia, don't look them up. This massive, great white, its head frozen in a bizarre, vague smile that looked almost unintentional. A subtle, upward curl at the corners of its mouth that just seemed off. But to me, it looked cool as hell in the pictures. Sterling had spent a fortune retrieving it, then even more having it mechanized. Now for just a few extra bucks, after a screaming descent through twisting dark tubes, riders were spat into a vast, deep pool where the shark, its mouth agape, in that almost menacing smile, loomed directly beneath the surface, occasionally lunging upward towards the guests with a hydraulic hiss along a 20-foot track that made the whole pool rumble before the machines pulled it back, making it descend out of sight to the deepest area of the pool, waiting for the next round of unsuspecting victims to trigger the sensor. Tonight, after the last shrieking kid had been ushered out and the gates locked tight, the maw was silent. Not just quiet, but a profound, almost oppressive stillness that felt strangely peaceful. I ran through my checklist, filters, pressure gauges, and then the shark itself. The most critical sensor was acting up, meaning I had to get in the pool and check its housing. I grabbed my dive gear, feeling a pleasant calm. Just another Tuesday night. I strapped on my dive mask, adjusted the regulator, the hiss of my own breath, a steady, comforting rhythm in my ears. The pool water, usually a chaotic riot of splashing, was perfectly still, reflecting the distant park lights like scattered diamonds. I pushed off the edge, sinking smoothly into the cool, chlorinated embrace. The world above vanished in a ripple, leaving me suspended in a dim, watery silence. As I descended, the surface light gradually dimmed, the familiar blue-green deepening to an inky black. I flicked on my dive light, the beam cutting a crisp, clear path through the gloom, and then there it was, the shark itself. I'd seen it 100 times from the surface, as well as the photos online, but being eye level with it underwater was different. It was huge, dwarfing me, but still just a statue. Its cold, unseeing eyes, twin black voids, didn't bother me, but that smile, so odd, that faint, almost evil-like curl at the corners of its mouth. I figured it was just how the mold settled, a trick of the artist's hand. It seemed to expand slightly in the low light, but that was just the water, the lack of real vision, a mild curiosity, and nothing more. At least that's what I told myself. I forced myself to focus, kicking slowly, deliberately, towards the shark's head. The faulty sensor was located near its jawline. The water directly around the shark was surprisingly clear, almost unnaturally so, as if the massive form repelled the usual murk, granting me an unobstructed view. As I drew closer, the details sharpened. The rough pock texture of its fiberglass skin, somehow organic despite its artificiality. The perfectly formed teeth, each one a predatory shard. And that smile, the one that just didn't quite sit right, seemed to deepen Not wider, not more aggressive, just deeper, a subtle crinkle around its mouth that hadn't been there before. I paused, treading water. Must be the angle, or maybe a trick of my dive light, bouncing off the contours. I took a steadying breath, the sound loud and calm in my ears. Just a statue, I murmured, the words a garbled bubble. Just fiberglass and hydraulics. I forced my fingers back to the panel, finding the latch. I finally got it open, revealing a tangle of wires. I quickly checked the connections, nudging a loose one back into place. Done. I started to close the panel, already thinking about getting out and grabbing a cold bottle of sweet tea. Just as my fingers brushed the panel to close it, I glanced up. The shark's head seemed to have shifted a fraction, the subtle tilt to the left, a bit more pronounced, and the smile, it had deepened, just a hair more, a hint of something sly, almost knowing, in its fixed grin. A prickle of unease finally touched my calm, an uninvited chill under my wetsuit. I blinked, shaking my head. Currents. Gotta be the currents. I pushed off the statue, kicking backward. I felt a deep but very brief vibration that seemed to emanate from around the statue itself. My heart gave a little thump, a nervous flutter. Okay, that was weird. The hydraulics were offline. The park was deserted. I was the only one here. Must have shifted slightly with the water currents, or maybe I'd bumped it. I needed to get this done. I needed to check the track itself, where the shark slid. That would mean swimming past it, to its flank, towards where the tail would be. I hesitated for a fraction of a second, that strange, unsettling feeling growing, but I pushed it down. It was silly to be spooked by a hunk of fiberglass and paint. With a deep breath, I swam past the shark's massive, immobile head, past its still body, until I was almost at the tail end of the mechanism, my back to the sharks in its entirety. I worked quickly, checking the rollers on the submerged track, my light beam dancing over the metal. The familiar routine, a welcome distraction from the rising unease. As I pulled my gloved hand back to adjust my light, a sudden, sharp click echoed through the water. It was loud, like metallic and unsettling, almost like teeth clinking together. And it was too close. My breath hitched. A sudden, involuntary spasm. The sound was too precise, too deliberate to have been an accident. My mind screamed at me to spin around, to see, but my body was suddenly paralyzed, muscles locked, refusing to obey. The silence that followed the click was even worse. A heavy, expectant quiet that seemed to hum around me. Every nerve ending in my body screamed wrong, wrong, wrong. I steadied my light, my fingers fumbling, and as I started to attempt to calm myself, a sudden, oppressive cold radiated from behind me, making the terror that was in my blood run even deeper with each passing second. It wasn't the water. It was a presence, a chilling weight, a suffocating awareness that filled the space directly behind me, slowly, reluctantly, as my whole body screaming in protest. My head swiveled, and my entire body froze in its tracks. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I couldn't think. All I could do was stare in horror at the sight before me. The shark. It was no longer facing forward. Its head merely tilted. No. It hadn't even just tilted further. A gradual, nor a deliberate lean into my personal space. Its entire body was turned completely on its axis, now facing me head on. Its nose was now only a mere 5 feet away from the protective glass of my mask. Its mouth, already agape, seemed to widen, a slow, silent stretch of its impossibly broad jaw that swallowed more of the dim light from my beam. The grin was not just vague, deep, or sly anymore. It was a monstrous, impossible rictus of pure, menacing evil. It stretched impossibly wide, pulling back, back, until its lips seemed to tear, revealing every single one of its impossibly white, jagged teeth, each one a perfect, ancient blade. Its eyes, those dead, black, unseeing eyes, were now ablaze with a malevolent, hungry glee, reflecting my own terrified, distorted face in their depth. It was still immobile, as it always had been, still as night, but its expression showed a sliver of hidden mortality that shook me to my core. It wasn't just watching me, it was savoring my terror. A silent, yet deafening laugh in its fixed, demonic smile. A cruel amusement in its paralyzing gaze. It was alive, and it was playing with me. Oh, fuck. I didn't bother with my tools. I kicked with desperate, frantic, soul-shattering force, propelled by pure, primal terror through the water, the silent grin of the maw. Its eyes lit up with sinister delight, burned itself into my mind, its own special brand of terror. I clawed my way upwards, kicking and thrashing, desperate to break the surface, to escape the crushing darkness. My lungs burned, screaming for air, the dim outlines of the surface lights shimmering tantalizingly above. I was halfway there, a choked sob bubbling from my throat. When I couldn't help myself, I took one last, terrified, agonizing look back. The track was there, but the fucking shark was gone. Nothing but the wavering reflection of the park lights and the silent, swirling chlorine. No, 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 no. I thrashed and kicked furiously towards the lights that swore me my safety, my eyes playing tricks on me. Every bubbly wave from my erratic movements that momentarily obstructed the few inches of clear vision I had was a fin and a flash of a gigantic tooth. The surface seemed 1,000,000 miles away. The fear that I would be pulled back down to bottom of the darkness the second before I finally reached the safety, the dock weighing me down. But I scrambled out of the pool, tearing off my mask, my breath coming in ragged, painful, heaving sobs that racked my whole body. I stumbled backward, away from the wooded edge, my gaze fixed on the water, watching it slowly settle, the placid surface a cruel lie. I knew it wasn't empty. That fucking thing was still there, somewhere. And I knew, with a horrifying, absolute certainty that stole my breath, that it had just let me go. For now, that was my last night at Schlitterbahn. I put in my 2 weeks the very next morning. No explanation given, just a flat, I'm done. Sterling called me multiple times, begged me to reconsider, even offered a bonus. Oliver, please, I'm not sure what happened, but we can fix this. Just tell me what you want. Give me a number, man. I'll match it. But I just hung up. I couldn't set foot in that place again, especially not near that pool. The thought of that black fucking abyss beneath the water of that pool was enough to make me gag. As it would turn out, the park closed down for good. A few months later, the official line was unforeseen operational difficulties. But everyone knew it was just code, for we can't tell you why, but it's bad. A few days later, Sterling just dropped off the face of the earth, and no one has seen or heard from him in a year. They never mentioned the shark in any capacity. It was never spoken of again, almost like they had done their due diligence to erase the fact that it even existed. I don't know what happened to it, if it was ever moved again, or if it just stayed there, along with the rest of the park, abandoned and waiting in the depths of the now disgustingly unkempt water. I hope to God no one ever finds it. Not in that pool, not in any lake, ever again. May it be lost forever. But unfortunately for me, It doesn't matter if it's hidden from the rest of the world. I see it every night. That grin, those eyes, just before it vanished. It's always there, waiting in the darkest corners of my dreams, bubbling beneath the surface of my consciousness. And now, I can't even look at a swimming pool without feeling that cold dread, that lurking predatory presence all around me, watching me. Open water. Forget about it. The world suddenly feels too deep and too full of things that watch you from the dark, things that hunt you, things that smile. Edit. Holy shit. A breaking story on the news tonight immediately caught my attention while I was eating dinner. A group of parents are desperately pleading for anyone who can give them information on the potential whereabouts of their missing children. 3 teens have been missing since last night. They were last seen by a homeless man hopping the fence of a local abandoned water park. Being young and rebellious often means being young and dumb. You usually make dozens of stupid choices before that voice in your head finally screams, "Just say no." So I don't know if that makes me one of the lucky ones, still here while my 2 best friends aren't. I'm trying to decide, but it's a decision I'm not getting anywhere with. Fuck. Let me start over. My name is Tommy. I'm sure you're wondering why I'm telling you this, why you should care what some random 16-year-old kid has to say on the internet at 2 a.m. You've probably already left, scrolling for something more entertaining. But if you're still here, thank you. And if you dare to hear my story, I only ask that you refer to the link above before you proceed. It will all make so much more sense. I just can't shut my eyes. Every time I do, I see it. That smile. Those dead fucking eyes. "You sure this is it, Casey?" I whispered, clutching my backpack straps. My eyes darted from the road behind us to the park's remains. Its broken structures look like the bleached ribs of some ancient, dead monster. I didn't want to do this. My dad would kill me if I got caught trespassing. KC, though, practically bounced. "Dude, obviously, this is prime urbex. Seriously, Tommy, you're going to back out now. After all that talk about adventures." He gestured at the slides, their silhouettes jagged against the distant town's dim glow. Besides, the homeless dude said, "Look for the section where the fence is pushed in. See?" He pointed to a sagging section of chain link, an obvious entry point, the bent metal glinting ominously in the moonlight. "It's fine, bro. Nobody gives a shit anymore." Justin, ever the chill one, clapped me on the shoulder. "He's right, man. It's just an abandoned water park. What's the worst that could happen? We trip over a rogue flip-flop." He let out a giggle, his phone already out, flashlight beam cutting a path through the gloom. It revealed glimpses of faded, peeling murals of cartoon animals. Their eyes seemed to follow us. I swore the smile on one faded octopus mural stretched before settling back into its original shape as I looked directly at it. All right, I mumbled, shaking my head. Casey grinned, pulling at the bent wire, widening the gap. "Come on, first one past the old concession stands gets bragging rights." We slipped through the fence, one by one, onto what used to be a busy pathway, now cracked and swallowed by weeds. The air hung heavy, with the cloying scent of stale water and dying leaves. The once bright slides overhead now looked like the hollowed-out bones of something long dead. A coldness shot through me. This was nothing like the pictures. This was bizarre. The silence was absolute, broken only by our footsteps. "Holy shit," Justin breathed, his phone flashlight slicing through the shadows. "This is wild. Told you, Casey said, heading deeper into the park. He glanced back, a glint in his eye, stopping to hold the flashlight beneath his chin. The maw, anyone. The maw, the park's infamous final attraction. For months our town whispered about it. Rumors flew, dark assumptions made about what had happened, why the park shut down. All anyone knew was that hell broke loose not long ago after Sterling bought the statue. Few people had ridden it, all with different experiences, and after a while, it became more urban legend than something real. Since Sterling was gone, no one had answers, so everyone just had fun with it. I'd always been timid with spooky stories, so the thought of investigating the legend didn't sound super enticing. Maybe let's just stick to the regular slides, for bragging rights. Justin just laughed, too loud, in the oppressive silence around us. Nah, where's the fun in that? Everyone knows the maw's the real fucking reason to come here. He and Casey sped up, their silhouettes swallowed by the darkness. Being left behind in the lobby felt worse than whatever was waiting inside. So I took a breath and caught up with them. We moved like ghosts. The lazy river was a green, thickened trench, its fountains dry and crusted. Plastic flamingos protruded from the ground, their colors faded to a sick off-white. The wave pool was a debris magnet, littered with sticks, leaves, and dead insects. Everything felt wrong, not just abandoned, but dormant, as if something was waiting, unfurling itself deep within its concrete veins, becoming aware of our presence. Then I froze, my light fixed on something ahead. Fucking shit, dude. There it was, looming in the distance, partially hidden in shadows, was a tall, twisting slide tube, cracked from top to bottom. Its bottom emptied into a circular pool, once filled with clear water, now an empty, gaping wound in the park's center. Even from where we stood, it was clear. It was an abyss. The sign above, bolted onto a steel pole, had triangular shapes carved out, resembling bite marks. A massive, gray fin emerged from its top left corner. The letters, boxy and wide, peeked through dirt and dust, aged and faded shades of white and blue. The maw. Dude, no fucking way, Justin whispered, his jokes gone. That slide's bigger than it looks in the pictures online. I know, Casey breathed, awe in his voice. You think it's still there, fellas? Only one way to find out. Justin's words felt hollow. Something was not right, but I couldn't back out now. They'd never let me forget it. If I had come this far just to quit, all I could do was swallow my fear, trying to regain what little control I had. Okay, but let's not get too close. Something in that pool smells really fucking bad. We crept closer, taking in the decrepit surroundings. As we passed the old ticket booth, a discarded mirror lay face up on the concrete, its glass cloudy and cracked. I looked down at my reflection and froze. For a fraction of a second, my features elongated, my jaw warped into a curled grin that stretched far beyond my ears, my teeth becoming sharp and jagged. I blinked. My reflection was normal. I snapped my neck to see if either of them had seen it, but they were already trailing ahead, their words prideful, while discussing how awesome our story was going to be. We walked a few more yards towards the pool's edge. As we got closer, I noticed something low on the slide's decaying side. Near where it emptied riders into the pool was a small, dark stain. It wasn't algae or rust. It looked almost dark, like dried blood. I frowned, my gaze lingering on it, unease tightening in my throat. Casey, though, was already focused on the pool's empty depth, his excitement overriding any sense of foreboding that only I felt. We reached the pool's edge, our flashlights dancing along the disgusting few inches of water that had stayed managed through stay along the bottom. The water was still, an oily, gray-black color that seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. As our trio of lights trailed along the floor, we saw it, and we couldn't believe what we were seeing. Fuck, you guys, it's actually still here. Casey's eyes were wide with excitement as we studied this thing. Even in its broken state, it was intimidating. Its skin, once a cool blue-gray, was now faded and streaked with orange rust, like a forgotten tombstone. Real barnacles clung to its snout and dorsal fin, remnants from its aquatic origin of the lake. The water level was exactly where its jaw met the metal track beneath it, allowing us to see the rails. Its mouth was frozen in that creepy, disgusting smile. The eyes, black voids, seemed to stare directly at us. "Come on," Casey squealed, starting to climb down, using the ladder bolted to the pool side. Justin was anything but enthusiastic about crawling into the sludge. "Casey, are you insane? Look at the water. Flesh-eating bacteria. You dumb fuck. How else are we supposed to have proof we did this then? Shit breath. We each take a picture with it. God, why did you two even agree to this? Tommy has been a spouting bitch fits since we got here. Now you're gonna puss out too." Justin and I locked eyes, neither of us wanting to step forward, but with shared hesitation, we nodded and slowly made our way to the ladder. As we got closer, the surface seemed to bulge inward near the center, like an eye slowly opening beneath the surface before settling back into its oily flatness. I felt dizzy and could feel the acid burn the back of my throat as I choked back the buffalo wings I had for lunch. "What the fuck am I doing here?" I murmured to myself. Every instinct screamed at me to climb back up, but Justin was already halfway down the ladder, grumbling about tetanus, and Casey was losing his shit at the bottom, aiming his phone at the maw for all the TikToks he was going to make. "Dude, this is so fucking cool," Casey called out. I forced myself down the cold, slimy rungs, my gaze fixed on the maw. Up close, it was grotesque. I almost felt ashamed for being scared of an inanimate object, but I couldn't help the dread I felt that only kept getting stronger the longer I was in its presence. Justin moved closer, his feet sloshing as he nearly lost his balance. "Jesus, it stinks and feels like snot." He was right. The smell was overpowering now, so much so that it made my throat burn. Casey, oblivious as always, was already wrestling Justin into position. "Come on, Justin, put your head in its mouth." Justin grimaced, but leaned in, positioning his head between the shark's jaws, and held his breath from the smell. Casey snapped a photo, the flash briefly illuminating the hollow of the pool, turning the maw into a grinning shadow puppet against the cracked concrete. "Oh my God, if I edit this and add blood around your shoulder." Justin had finally had enough and cut him off as he walked back beside us, the maw just a few feet away, now invisible to us without our lights. "Casey, it fucking stinks in here, man. Let's finish this bullshit and go before we all die from Ebola or something." Casey rolled his eyes as he ignored Justin's outburst and gestured at me to start moving. "Tommy, get your ass over there." My legs felt heavy, as if the water was trying to pull me down. I took a reluctant step towards the maw. Its eyes seemed to draw me in. I stood 2 feet, trying to look anywhere but its face. and slowly leaned in, forcing a strained smile. The flash popped, blinding me for a moment. "Fuck yeah," Casey crowed, lowering his phone to review the shot. "Now we've got proof. We were actually—" His voice hitched, his smile faded, his brows furrowed, as I watched his face change, the air heavier, and I knew for certain that my gut had been right all along. Something definitely wasn't right. Balls of steel, Casey stood frozen, phone clutched, eyes locked on the screen. His body went rigid, his cocky smirk vanished, and it was replaced by horror. I glanced at Justin, who looked back at me, my thoughts own, reflecting back to me through his eyes. "Casey," he said, "what's wrong?" Casey didn't answer. He just stood there, still, rooted in the water, eyes wide, fixed on the photo. He breathed in shallow, rapid gasps. I couldn't see the screen, but the fear radiating off Casey was almost enough to make me run for the exit. Again, the sick smell intensified and stung in my nostrils. Then, Casey lifted his phone, turning the screen just enough for us to see. There I stood, next to the monster, but the photo had glitched. My face, my entire body, was a hazy blur, distorted just enough to know it's me, but my features were impossible to define. However, the maw was terrifyingly clear, the corners of its mouth revealing something that definitely wasn't there before. A coat of what looked like dripping saliva, glistening between rows of its bone-white teeth. A huge contrast from the decayed rust color we just saw in front of us. Its skin was now a vibrant and healthy gray, textured and slick, reflecting the bottom of the slide above us. It wasn't until I looked at the eyes that I felt the world, and my heart stopped simultaneously. Its eyes were now bright and alive, slightly squinted into a devilish shape. No longer the lifeless, deadpan stare straight ahead. They were now at a downward angle, hyper-focused on one thing. Its eyes were hungrily looking down at me. Justin began to laugh. "That's amazing, dude. Bravo." Casey was still frozen, eyes wide, staring at the photo in bewilderment. I didn't. How do you even Photoshop something that fast? "Justin, I swear I didn't do anything." His voice was cut off by a vibration that seemed to emanate from the ground beneath us. It was low, but it created a silence where you could hear a pin drop. As we huddled, we slowly lifted our lights back over to the maw. It stood there, its expression emotionless, just as it had always had been. The eyes were dull. There was no glistening saliva, no sharp teeth, nothing. It was the feeling in the atmosphere that was suddenly different. The smell of decay was now overwhelming, not just from the water, but something deeper, muskier, like wet, rotting meat. And the silence wasn't just the absence of sound anymore. It was accompanied by a presence, a silence that felt like something was listening, holding its breath. "Let's get the fuck out of here." Justin's voice was less sarcastic, as he too clearly felt the shift in energy. Casey, still clutching his phone, slowly, reluctantly, dragged his eyes away from the screen, his terror-stricken face finally breaking free from its stupor. Yeah, let's go." We shuffled backward, our eyes glued to the maw, unwilling to turn our backs on it. Every movement felt sluggish, the water clinging to us, resisting our escape. The putrid, rotting meat smell was now thicker than ever, and it tasted metallic on my tongue. My lungs burned with each breath. As we reached the opposite side, hoping for another way out, I slammed my hand against the cold concrete wall. It was just a curved, slick surface, impossible to climb. There was no other ladder, no indentations, nothing to grab onto. We were trapped. Then I looked at the dark, oily water, at the base of the maw, just beneath the surface, where the bottom of its huge, stretched jaw met the murky depths. A faint shimmer pulsed. It was subtle, barely there. A heartbeat, like rhythm, that seemed to writhe with an invisible life. It pulsed, slow and deliberate. Justin, seeing the shimmer too, let out a choked whimper. He stumbled back from the ladder, splashing in the grime. It's doing something. Oh my God. Guys, it's fucking breathing. Casey grabbed Justin's arm, pulling him. Move. We'll try the other side of the pool. The air was now pressing us down, making it hard to breathe. I swept my flashlight beam frantically around the pool's rim, searching, pleading for an escape. But there was nothing, just the walls, grime, and the darkness above. And as my light swept back towards the maw, its eyes narrowed and the smile stretched. It was gone with a blink of my eye, but I know what I saw, and I knew what was happening. The maw was playing with us now, and it had just closed the last exit. Suddenly, the smell exploded. It punched into my nose, my throat, stealing the air. I doubled over, coughing, gagging on the taste. My eyes slammed shut, watering. At the same instant, a feeling of the most intense cold slammed into me. Bone-deep, paralyzing ice. My body spasmed, shivering violently, and my teeth chattered. The vibration escalated through the water, up my legs, into my skull. It was everywhere, disorienting me, blurring my thoughts, and then I dropped my phone, plunging myself into darkness. I stumbled, splashing water, my hands flailing in the void. The combined assault was too much, and I collapsed on my side in defeat. I lost all track of time, all sense of direction. I was a trembling mess, struggling to breathe. Then, as suddenly as it came, the cold lifted. I stayed down on my side, still gasping and shaking. My eyes slowly fluttered open. I fumbled for my phone when the screen flickered to life, its weak glow doing little to pierce the dark. The maw loomed, yards away, partially hidden in the shadows, facing me. But the rest of the pool was empty. Justin and Casey were gone. No sound, no struggle, no trace. They had vanished. It was just me and the maw. My body felt numb and detached. The last thing I remembered was the cold, the darkness, the death stench, and then nothing. I don't know how long I was out. I honestly thought I was already dead. I blinked. My eyelids were so fucking gritty that it burned. I was lying in the filth, feeling it soaking through my clothes, and my head throbbed. I tried to sit up, but my muscles screamed in protest. Every movement sent a jolt of pain through my body. Then I heard it. Somewhere behind me, I heard a splash, like something heavy falling into the water behind me, and it started to move towards me with purpose. Then something moved, its dark shape, just at the edge of my blurry vision. It was too large and solid to be debris. It was moving towards me, faster now, the sounds growing louder. I began to panic. I tried to scream, but my voice was too weak. My body wouldn't move or wouldn't respond. I was trapped, helpless, waiting for whatever was coming to get me. Oh my God, kid. Hey kid. I thought I was hallucinating again. I heard a man's voice grow closer, and I felt two hands on my back as his silhouette came into view above me. Thank God. Don't worry, buddy. You're safe now. Okay. Huh. I could only whisper. You and your friends are all over the news. I thought I was too late, but thank God, you're alive. He embraced me not as any stranger would. I could tell that he knew. Somehow, he knew everything. I'm going to get you out of here, but we have to go now. Where are the others? I don't I don't know. We will find them, but we need to get out of the pool. Follow me. He led me to a ladder that we all must have missed in the chaos, but I could have sworn it wasn't there before. Just as the mysterious man helped me pull myself up and steady myself on my feet as we made our escape, we heard it, coming from behind where the man stood. A click, the undeniable sound of teeth clicking together. I could now see the man's face in the streaks of the light he was holding at his side. The horror in his eyes was one of familiar dread, as if he knew what was about to happen next. He had heard that sound before. Once again, the ground started to softly vibrate, and the same dark coldness from before began to rise around us. With a warning-laced and desperate command, he spoke only one more word before the cold started to consume him. Run.
My wife has been peeking at me from around corners and behind furniture. It's gone from weird to terrifying. My wife, Lynn, and I have been together for 6 years and married for 11 months. Our entire history together has been very normal, and never once have I noticed any weird behaviors or red flags. I can't stress enough how out of character this whole thing is for her. Lynn is very kind, intelligent, and thoughtful. She's always been the no-nonsense type of person. Being childish or trying to scare me is not something she'd normally do. She doesn't even like watching horror movies. When we first started dating, she agreed to watch The Shining with me because she knew how much I loved horror. She was so scared that she didn't even make it through half of the movie before we had to turn it off. She isn't into anything creepy and has never been into pranks. It's just not her cup of tea. And that's fine. But that's what was so strange about this. It's just so unlike her. I should also add that she never had any mental health issues, and as far as I'm aware, it doesn't run in her family. I know some people are able to hide their mental health problems, but in the 6 years we've been together, I think I'd have seen some sort of sign. 2 months ago, I was in the kitchen making myself some coffee before work. I was running a bit late that morning and knew I wouldn't be able to make it to Dunkin' Donuts for my usual morning fix. I took a sip of my coffee as I hurried down the hall towards the front door, when I happened to notice Lynn peeking at me from around the corner ahead of me. I could only see her eyes, and a strand of her long dark hair hanging against the wall. The rest of her body was concealed behind the corner. I nearly spilled my coffee when I saw her. I did burn the shit out of my lips. "Geez, Lynn," I said, wiping a few drops of coffee from my pants. "You scared the shit out of me." She immediately popped out of view like a little kid that had been caught. I heard her scurry off towards the living room, and by the time I got to the front door, she was out of sight. It was really weird, and just totally out of character for her, like I said, but I also found it kind of funny that she was being more playful and a little less serious. I shouted that I loved her and called her a weirdo. As I shut the door behind me, I heard her laughing. Her behavior was a bit odd, but it certainly wasn't something to call a priest over. I forgot about it by lunch, and by the time I got home, she was her normal self. I didn't bring it up, and neither did she, and life went on. The next incident happened 3 days later. It was around 2 a.m., and I had woken up to get a drink. I was standing at the kitchen island, jug of Oj in hand, when I felt a strong feeling that I was being watched. For whatever reason, I looked down at the floor and saw my wife's smiling face staring back. She was peeking at me from the other side of the island, staring up at me with wide, unblinking eyes and grinning. Grinning like the Cheshire Cat, I screamed, I'll admit it. Not out of irritation, but fear. For some reason at that moment, I was scared. At the sound of my scream, Lynn scuttled backwards out of my view, her hands and feet smacking the tile floor as she hurried out of the kitchen on all fours. I didn't run after her, or even yell after her. I just stood there frozen in shock, wondering what fuck had possessed her to do that. It took me a little longer than I'd like to admit to go back upstairs, but I eventually did. When I got to our bedroom, Lynn was lying on her side, asleep, or at least pretending to be. I stood there for a while, watching her breathing to be sure she really was asleep. I had the feeling she might jump out at me the moment I got into bed, but she didn't. I climbed into bed, and she didn't even move. Her breathing was soft and deep, and I was starting to wonder if I'd dreamt the whole thing. The next morning, I waited for her to come down for coffee, and after handing her a mug and kissing her cheek, I decided to ask her about it. "What was that about last night?" I asked, keeping my tone light so I didn't offend or embarrass her. She frowned over her cup of coffee, shaking her head like she had no clue what I was referring to. "You were peeking at me again. From over there," I said, pointing to the spot on the floor by the kitchen island. She followed my gaze, and when she looked back at me, she burst out laughing. She laughed so hard that I couldn't help but join her. "You creep me the fuck out sometimes, you know that?" I said. She giggled and set her cup on the counter and wrapped her arms around my neck. "You creep me out all the time, so I guess we're even," she teased. We said our goodbyes and left for work. As I drove, I kept thinking about how creepy it had been seeing her grinning at me from behind the island like that. The sounds her hands made on the floor as she crawled away. I told myself she was just trying to be silly, just trying to join me in my love of all things horror. It's not like I was afraid of her, but it still didn't sit right with me. I started seeing her peeking at me more and more. Sometimes she'd be peeking out from behind the couch or living room curtains. Once she even managed to get inside her grandmother's old trunk that sits at the foot of our bed. I might not have even known she was there at all, had the trunk's old hinges not given her away. She'd had the lid propped up just enough so that only half of her face peeked through. She'd been grinning like an excited toddler. It was unnerving. I didn't even know what to say to her. All I could do was stare. When I finally found my voice, I asked her why on earth was she doing this. She didn't answer, but she had slowly closed the lid, shutting herself inside the trunk. I just walked away, feeling disturbed. I didn't understand why she was doing it, but it clearly made her happy. I just hoped she would tire of the game quickly. Lynn didn't peek at me for the next 2 weeks. I started to think she was done with her weird prank, and I was relieved. We were watching a show on Netflix one night, and I jokingly said that I hadn't seen her peeking at me lately, and that she must have given up on her spy game. She looked up at me with a small smile and said, "Maybe I've just gotten better at it." I didn't say anything, but I wondered whether or not she was joking. For the next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about what she'd said. Was she still peeking at me when I wasn't looking and I just hadn't noticed? And if so, what the hell was she getting out of this? I started to feel paranoid, constantly checking whether she was watching from around the corner or behind a door. I was jumpy whenever I was home and she wasn't in full view of me. I felt stupid and a little crazy. But after a few weeks without another incident, I began to relax. I stopped checking behind furniture and walls and told myself it was just a bad memory. Then a few days ago, things got so much worse. Lynn left to go to a friend's, and I lounged on the couch and played a couple games on my laptop. Around 9 p.m., I hopped in the shower, and as I was washing the soap from my hair, I felt that awful feeling that I was being watched. I slowly opened my eyes and almost had a fucking heart attack. Lynn was peeking from behind the shower curtain, her entire head stretched into the shower, leaving just her body outside. Her long dark hair hung against the curtain, the ends dripping with water. Her mouth hung open in a terrible grin, eyes wide and red, as if she hadn't blinked in a while. I screamed and jumped back against the wall. She didn't move, nor did her smile waver. Her makeup ran down her cheeks in 2 black streaks. She looked giddy and completely deranged. I was fucking terrified. We stood like that for a few moments, neither of us saying a word. Finally, after what felt like forever, she slowly pulled her head back out of the shower, and I watched her blurry figure through the curtain as she moved backwards towards the bathroom door. A second later, the bathroom door slammed shut, hard enough to rattle the mirror. I screamed again and jumped out of the shower to lock the door. I stayed inside the bathroom for over an hour. Maybe I overreacted to some of you, but joke or not, I wasn't going to put up with the crazy shit anymore. That's what I kept telling myself as I paced in my bathroom, stopping to listen at the door every few minutes. Suddenly I heard a muffled sound, and I pressed my ear against the bathroom door, straining to listen. I couldn't hear anything, but I envisioned Lynn standing on the other side of the door, giggling at her joke. I felt a surge of anger. I was beyond pissed at being made to feel scared in my own house, and made to hide in the bathroom for an hour. All for what? Some joke? If it was a joke, it was an awful one. "What the fuck, Lynn?" I snapped. "This shit is getting really fucking annoying." I waited for her to apologize or to call me a jerk, but instead I heard a faint moan, so quiet I wondered if I heard it at all, and then complete silence. "Lynn?" I called out, not able to even hide the shakiness in my voice. I got no response, just my own heavy breathing. "I swear to God, just fucking stop it," I yelled, pounding my fist on the door. I waited for her to cuss me out, something I would expect from me talking to her like that. I never screamed at her before, but there was nothing. Just the occasional drip from the shower head. I won't deny that I was scared. Too afraid to open the damn door and face my own wife. I waited another 30 minutes or so, which feels like a fucking lifetime when you're scared. Finally, I decided I wasn't going to spend the night hiding in my bathroom, so I got down on my knees and peered under the door. I almost expected to see her face peeking back at me, but thankfully I didn't. I could see straight down the hallway to the top of the stairs, but no Lynn. I didn't know if I should be happy about that or not. I looked for a few minutes, waiting to see her head pop up over the top step, but it never came. I stood up, my hand hovering over the door, and mentally prepared myself to open it. I slowly turned the lock with shaky fingers, and was about to yank it open when I heard a sound that still makes me feel nauseous when I think about it. A moan, louder than before, but this time I was able to tell just where it was coming from. I turned my head to the closet door as if in slow motion, and locked eyes with my wife, who was peeking out at me from the slight gap. Her eyes were still wide as ever, and her mouth was hanging open in the most grotesque, gaping smile I'd ever seen. I didn't even scream. I was too scared for even that. Her hands were clasped to her chest, body trembling with sheer delight, as if she could barely contain her excitement. A short, raspy moan bubbled up from her throat, deep and raw, sending a shiver through my entire body. Somehow I found the ability to pull the bathroom door open and ran as fast as I could all the way down the steps, snagging my keys and phone from the table in the living room before running outside to my car. I could hear her shrill laughter behind me, but I didn't hear her getting closer. I didn't bother shutting the front door. I drove away from the house faster than I legally should have, shivering the entire time, either from fear or the cold. Maybe a little of both. I hadn't grabbed a coat or even a pair of shoes. I was still in my boxers and my hair was still damp. I drove straight to my brother Chris's house, about 40 minutes away, ignoring any and every call and text I got. I didn't check my phone until I was safely parked in my brother's driveway. Lynn had called 4 times and sent a flurry of texts, all wondering where I'd gone and why I left like that. I threw my phone at the dash in a rage, furious at her nonchalant attitude. My brother and his wife were surprised to see me, especially dressed in just a pair of boxers, but told me to stay as long as I needed. Chris lent me some clothes and asked me what happened. I told him Lynn and I had a fight, but didn't get into the details. I didn't want him to think I was overreacting, leaving my wife over a prank, even if it was a strange one. I mean, hadn't I encouraged her for years to lighten up instead of being so serious all the time? I had wanted her to relax and loosen up, but this was definitely not what I'd had in mind. I tried to sleep on their sofa, but my brain wouldn't let me sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Lynn's face staring at me from inside the closet. Knowing she'd been in there with me the entire time made my skin crawl. She'd never left the fucking bathroom at all. Instead, she slipped inside the closet and slammed the bathroom door shut to fool me. The mere thought of going back home gave me anxiety. I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Chris ended up giving me a sleeping pill, so I was able to get a little rest. My sleep was filled with terrible dreams, all of Lynn's smiling face. I woke up just as the sun started to rise. My sore body ached from the sofa, and I felt drained. I knew I'd have to call Lynn at some point, but I didn't know what to say to her. I wouldn't be going home unless she gave me her word she'd never do any more creepy shit. I just wanted my wife back. Her normal, serious self never looked so good to me. I was contemplating calling her and telling her that, when that familiar feeling came over me. I was being watched. I was staring at the ceiling, my heart in my throat. I didn't want to look away, but the longer I ignored the feeling, the worse it got. My eyes drifted away from the ceiling almost on their own. Her face was pressed up against the window beside the couch, staring down at me with that same gaping smile. Drool dribbled down her lips, leaving 2 long streaks down the glass. I didn't know how long she'd been there, but something told me she'd been there quite a while, possibly all night. I didn't bother screaming, though I was afraid anger trumped any fear I felt at that moment. I jumped up from the couch and pounded my palm against the glass. "Lynn, are you crazy? What the hell is wrong with you? Just go home," I shouted. "Now!" She didn't move, and her ghastly expression never changed. If anything, her smile only grew, as if she had never been more elated. I could hear Chris and his wife moving around upstairs, as if Lynn could hear them from her place outside. Her head twitched slightly in their direction, and she began to close her mouth slowly. Chris called my name from upstairs, obviously concerned. I turned to see him and his wife Rebecca hurrying down the steps. When I turned back to the window, Lynn was gone. The only sign she'd been there at all was the 2 streaks of drool still dripping down the glass. I tried explaining to Chris and Rebecca about waking up to see Lynn watching me through their window. They were skeptical. Who wouldn't be? Chris and I went outside to the spot in front of the window, but there were no footprints in the dirt, just a slight indent. Animal, probably, Chris guessed, and I didn't argue. He and Rebecca assumed I dreamt the entire episode, but they didn't understand, and I was too tired to explain it to them. I called out of work that day and turned my cell off. I didn't want to face Lynn. Just talking to her was too much for me at that point. I really started to believe something was irreversibly wrong with her, that no matter what promises she made, we'd never be the same again. The thought saddened me to my core. I cried most of the morning. By noon, I figured I was ready to confront her, give her one last chance to explain herself. I could at least give her that after 6 years, I told myself. I turned my phone on and saw the dozens of texts she'd sent, all from a seemingly concerned wife. "Can we talk? I love you. Please call me. I'm really worried. Can you answer? Just come home." And more of the same. All texts telling me she loved me and she wanted me home. How worried she was. Not a damn one addressing the crazy shit she pulled, like she hadn't been acting like a character from a Stephen King book. Even her texts were different. She normally texted novels just to tell me to pick up a loaf of bread. You'd think she'd have more to say to me after her bizarre shenanigans. I know it probably seems childish to some of you who are miles away from this situation, but if you saw the way Lynn had looked at me, how she scampered away on all fours like some wild animal, grinning at me from inside the closet like a lunatic, then I think you'd find my reaction was warranted. I ended up staying with Chris and Rebecca for another night. I didn't wake up yesterday until afternoon, and thankfully I didn't see Lynn's face watching me through the window. I don't want to pry because it's not my place, but is this fight something that can be mended? Rebecca asked. She'd made us both a sandwich for lunch, and I knew she wanted to breach the subject without seeming to be nosy. I don't know, she's like a different person, I said, choosing my words carefully. I still wasn't ready for her or Chris to know the full extent of the batshit craziness I had been dealing with. People change, Ben, but she's still the same woman you married. Maybe you both just need to talk through your issues. Whatever's going on, I'm sure it can be fixed, she said, ever the peacemaker. I think it's beyond that now. I don't think talking would help. I just don't trust her, I said. The words stung in my heart. I missed and loved my wife. But how could I live with someone like that? Living in constant fear didn't sound too appealing. Lynn loves you. She has to be absolutely crushed, she said. I don't know about that, I said. Well, she certainly seemed like it to me. I've never seen her so upset. Very much unlike the Lynn I know, Rebecca said, shaking her head sadly. It took a full minute for her words to really sink in, and when they did, I felt dread worming its way through my skin. Wait, What do you mean? You saw her? You saw Lynn? I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. Rebecca nodded casually, as if that fact wasn't nightmare fuel. Maybe for her it wasn't. She stopped by this morning just after Chris left for work, she said, cleaning the plates from the table. I didn't see her car, though. Maybe she took an Uber or something. Beck, what did she say? Did she come inside? I asked, sweat starting to break out on my forehead. I began looking around, examining corners as though a predator lurked behind them. Number, she just asked if you were awake yet, and I said that you weren't. I asked if she wanted me to wake you, but she said no. Just said to let you sleep, she said as she washed the dishes. That's all? She didn't say anything else? I asked. Number, she looked awful, though, like she hadn't slept in days. I think you should call her. I got up from the table and thanked Rebecca for lunch. I felt a little bit better at the knowledge that at least she hadn't come inside. Still, I needed to double-check that the doors were locked. I sat for a while trying to figure out what to do next. I didn't want to go home, but I felt that I owed it to Lynn to help her if I could. Hadn't I sworn an oath to love and honor her through sickness and in health? Clearly, she was very sick. If she was sick, which I truly believed she was, I had to try and get her the help she needed. But I didn't even know where to start. I didn't want to call the police, and besides, what the hell was I going to tell them? That my wife was peeking at me? That she was being creepy? As bizarre as she'd been, she still hadn't committed any crime. Not yet, anyway. The police would have probably said that I was overreacting. But this wasn't some prank. It felt wrong, dangerous even, like something sinister lurked beneath her smile. I knew as her husband I was well within my rights to have her committed, but what if she simply acted normal in their presence? She'd obviously been able to fool Rebecca into thinking she was just a concerned wife. As long as the doctors didn't find her a danger to herself or others, they'd have no choice but to release her after 72 hours. I felt lost and overwhelmed. So I did what any husband in my position would do. I called her mother. I didn't want to, believe me. Her mother, Marianne, and I were never on the best of terms. We'd never fought or anything like that. She just wasn't a very warm person and wasn't really easy to get along with. She hardly ever smiled, and when she did, only her lips would move into a thin-lipped smile, leaving her eyes as blank as before. She gave off this aura that felt like she was permanently on the offensive. I'd only met her twice, and both times were for such short visits. I got the impression she didn't approve of me for her daughter. Lynn always ushered us out quickly, as she didn't want me to feel uncomfortable, which I was grateful for. Being in her mother's company felt almost unbearable, like walking on glass. I was glad when we moved 3 states away so we didn't have to see her often. I was happy to avoid the woman, but I needed her help. I really didn't want to talk to her at all, but I had to talk to someone, and someone who knew Lynn better than I did. So I grit my teeth and did what I had to. Yes, she answered, already sounding irritated. Marianne, it's me, Ben. Do you have a minute to talk? I asked. I could hear her cluck her tongue in irritation. I'm in the middle of writing some checks, but if you insist, I suppose I can spare a moment. What is it that you want to discuss, Benjamin? She said coolly. It's about Lynn. She's been acting strangely, and I was wondering if you had any idea whether there was something. I was quickly interrupted. It's a bit difficult to follow your rambling, Benjamin. What is that you want from me? She asked. I could almost see her standing there in her thin sweater and slacks, tapping her fingernails impatiently on the table. I wanted to know if you'd ever noticed any odd behavior, or possibly any mental health issues, I asked. There was a long, uncomfortable pause that I couldn't tell was because she was just thinking, or something else. Finally, after a few seconds, she spoke. I'm not sure if this is one of your jokes, Benjamin, but if so, I don't find the humor in it. Now, I do have business to attend to, as I've said, so if you don't mind, she said, but I cut her off before she could get rid of me. Marianne, it's not a joke. I'm sincerely concerned about Lynn's mental health. Her behavior has been very erratic lately. I'm very worried about her, and I figured as her mother you would be as well, I said, my frustration evident in my voice. If you're truly concerned, then I suggest you get the health professionals involved. I don't know what you expect of me, she snapped. I could tell she was seconds away from hanging up, and for some reason I was desperate not to let her. I had the feeling that she knew a lot more than she was letting on. Please, if not for me, do it for Lynn. I tried. I heard a faint, shaky intake of breath, as if she were trying to hold her steely persona together, but failing. Marianne, I started. Benjamin, I don't know what to tell you. My only advice would be to seek professional help. Do not call here again. Goodbye. I tried to call out to her, but she'd hung up. I tried to wrap my head around the call and her refusal to help me. Even if she didn't like me, why wouldn't she want to help her own daughter? I couldn't understand that. I tried to replay the conversation, desperate to find something I missed. After a while, I almost gave up, until I remembered her last words to me. Seek professional help. She'd said those words with a bit of urgency. I could have just been grasping at straws, but no. I was sure her voice had changed ever so slightly when she'd said that, as if they were very important. What had she meant? I assumed she'd been referring to medical professionals, but maybe she was referring to someone else. Someone that she didn't, for some reason, feel comfortable saying directly. Or maybe I was just desperate. I waited for Chris to get home, and after a very long and exhausting conversation with him and Rebecca, I convinced them that Lynn truly needed psychiatric help. I didn't tell them everything. I wasn't prepared to go into it yet, but I told them about our last encounter. How she'd hidden in the bathroom, peeking at me from the closet. They were obviously shocked, but thankfully they believed me. They too just wanted to help her. Still, they didn't think it was all that serious. Weird, maybe, but not dangerous. They just kept saying that Lynn had to be playing some kind of weird joke. Maybe for YouTube? Rebecca offered, if only half-heartedly. Chris didn't think we should involve the police just yet. He offered instead to go with me, and I readily accepted. He reasoned that calmly talking to her, trying to coax her into going willingly, was the best recourse. I agreed to do it his way. At least I wouldn't be going into that house alone. We drove over this morning, just after breakfast. There was no way I was going at night. When we pulled into the driveway, my stomach began doing somersaults. Her car wasn't there, but I still didn't let my guard down. The front door was ajar, and for a split second I thought we'd see her eyes staring through the gap. I was shaking and starting to sweat. Chris, however, was fine. He waited for me to open the door, his hands in his pockets like he was going on a fucking stroll through the park. I envied his ignorance. I pushed the door open and was immediately hit with the stench of rot. Chris smelled it too, and he walked in the house behind me with his nose scrunched up. "What do you guys use to clean the floors around here, shit?" Chris mumbled. "Shut up," I said, my eyes darting around for any signs of Lynn. The house was deadly quiet and dark despite being 10 in the morning. All the curtains were closed up tight, refusing to allow any sunlight inside. If I hadn't left it just 2 days prior, I'd have thought the house to be abandoned. We moved through each room, carefully checking any place that she might hide, occasionally calling her name. "Why the fuck are you looking under the couch?" Chris asked eventually. "Aren't we looking for your wife?" He was looking at me like I was a moron. "Let's just go upstairs," I whispered. He shook his head but followed me up the stairs to check the bathroom and spare bedroom. On the way up, my shoes crunched over pieces of glass that looked to be littered over a few of the steps. I noticed that one of Lynn and my wedding portraits that hung on the wall along the staircase had been smashed. The frame hung crookedly, all the glass removed. I stared at the picture, a lump forming in my throat. We had taken the photo just after leaving the church, after saying our vows. She looked so beautiful in her white gown. I looked at Lynn's beautiful face. I never dreamed her face would ever be a source of terror for me. We climbed the rest of the steps and checked the spare bedroom, but it looked completely untouched. I was hesitant to go into the bathroom, my fear from that night coming back to me all at once. Chris noticed and offered to go in by himself, but I couldn't let him do that. So we walked in together, checking the closet and the shower. The bathroom looked as if it hadn't been touched since the night I left. "I don't think she's here, Ben." Why don't you pack some clothes and we'll try coming back tomorrow or something? Chris said. I nodded and went into our bedroom and shoved some clothes into a duffel bag. When I checked inside our closet, I came across the source of the smell and gagged. Chris took one look and lost all color in his face. He had to go stand by the stairs to get away from the sight and smell. I gazed down in shock at what lay inside my bedroom closet. Soaking into the rug were at least a dozen eyeballs, all carefully laid out in pairs. Some were as large as a quarter, while others were as tiny as a marble. I stared down at the eyes she'd collected from small animals, and I wondered how she'd gotten them, and shuddered at the thought. Man, I thought I had it bad with Becca's shoe addiction. But fuck me. Your wife's in here collecting eyeballs, Chris said, gagging. Ben, I think we should go. He called from the hall. I'm getting nauseous. All right. I grabbed my duffel and shut the closet door on my new nightmare. I stepped out into the hall and took a deep breath of air. I could taste the rot on my tongue and I couldn't help but gag. Who the fuck lines up eyeballs in their closet like that? Chris mumbled. I tried to tell you she needed help, I said. She doesn't need help, Ben. She needs a fucking exorcist, he said. You coming or what? I can't stand the smell any... His words died in his throat, and his eyes grew wide with fear. I didn't ask him why. I could feel it. Someone was watching me, and I didn't think it was the eyes in the closet. I turned around, my eyes slowly scanning the bedroom. Christ, I whispered, as I finally saw what we'd missed. Under the bed, curled on her side, watching us with the excitement of a kid on Christmas morning, was my wife. She held her hands together just under her chin, and they were shaking eagerly. Now that she knew she'd been found, I could hear the quiet noises she was making, a sort of hiccuping sound in her throat, as if the excitement was just too much for her. It was unnerving, to say the least. Wide eyes, and that same huge smile. Everything in me told me to run, but I forced it away. This was my wife. No matter how twisted, she was still the woman I married. I had to help her. Lynn, I said softly. She didn't respond, but her head bobbed back and forth in two quick little movements as if she were nodding. Baby, I just want to help, okay? Can you let me do that? I asked. I had taken a single step forward, approaching her like some kind of dangerous animal. I love you, Lynn, I said softly, taking another step closer. She let a tiny moan escape her wide-open mouth, and I had to resist the urge to run. Her shoulders were starting to quiver, and her eyes grew as large as saucers. I crouched down so I could see her better, and immediately saw the blood. Her hands were covered in it. They trembled more the closer I got, as if she was barely able to contain herself. Lynn, are you hurt? You're bleeding, I said. She bobbed her head again, her bloody fingers moving up and down as if playing an invisible piano. They occasionally grazed her chin, leaving smears of blood on her skin. I wanted to recoil in disgust. The smell that was coming off of her was revolting. I could feel the vomit trying to climb up my throat. Her lips were dry and stretched thin, blood seeping between the cracks. I knew she wouldn't come out on her own, but I didn't want to leave her in the state she was in. I scooted closer and reached out to her. The excited hiccuping sounds got louder and her hands shook, fingers flexing. It was then that I could see the blood oozing from in between her fingers. Oh my God, Lynn, you're bleeding, I said. Instinctively, I reached out to take her hand, but before I could even touch her, her hand sprang out towards me. A sharp pain shot through my arm, and I fell back on my ass. My arm burned, and I could see the blood dripping down onto the carpet. I looked back at her in shock and saw her grinning madly, her fingers clutching a large shard of glass. You all right in there? Chris asked from behind me. I turned my head slightly and nodded to him, cradling my arm to my chest. When I turned back to face Lynn, I saw that her focus had shifted. She wasn't looking at me anymore, and she wasn't smiling anymore either. She was staring past me, her eyes glaring at Chris the way a hungry lion might stare at an antelope. Her mouth was still hanging open, but it was twisted into a snarl. I got to my feet and began walking backwards down the hall, afraid to take my eyes off her. Are you Bleeding? Chris asked. The moment the words left his mouth, Lynn started fast, scooting out from under the bed, the glass shard still in her fist. "Chris, run! Go!" I yelled. He must have been too afraid to move because a second later I felt my back bump into him. He was still standing at the top of the stairs, staring at the horror that was my wife. Lynn had crawled completely out from under the bed and stood in the bedroom doorway, her face twisted in rage. Her whole body was visibly tense. Blood ran down her fingers and onto the floor. "Jesus, Lynn!" Chris said, You, playing hide and seek?" I reached back and pushed him towards the steps. "Move your ass, Chris," I said as quietly but firmly as I could. Lynn bobbed her head in fast, sharp motions and began to grin, stretching her mouth open wider and wider so that her chin seemed to touch her chest. I heard Chris mutter a prayer, and then he was running down the stairs. I stood at the top of the steps, stuck between the love for a woman who clearly needed serious help and self-preservation. "I only want to help," I said, choking back tears. Her eyes focused on me once again as she slowly lifted the glass, holding it out in front of her. And then she started sprinting towards me, grinning with utter excitement. Thankfully, my body took over, and I flew down the stairs, skipping 2 or 3 at a time. I made it to the front door before I felt her leap onto my back, wrapping her arms around my neck, her open mouth next to my ear so that I could hear those terrible hiccuping sounds up close. I shook her off me, knocking her to the floor. I felt a searing pain in my back as she went, but I tore open the front door and bolted to my car. Chris was standing in the front yard talking on the phone with the police. I didn't say a word, I just ran to my car and jumped in. Chris took the hint and followed me, still on the line with 911. I watched the rearview mirror, sure I'd see her there, running after us. But I never did. I went straight to the ER and got 11 stitches in my arm and 3 on my back. The police asked a lot of questions and went back to the house to do a search, but of course Lynn wasn't there. They advised me to stay with a friend or relative for a while and to file a restraining order as soon as I could, but none of those things would matter. Somehow I just knew. I dropped Chris off at home and went to a motel an hour away. I wanted to put as much distance between me and Lynn as I could. This is where I've been for the last 4 hours. I thought maybe the police would find her. Maybe they'd get her the help she desperately needs. But now, I don't think so. Because 40 minutes ago I got a text from an unknown number. Just 3 words, "I found you," and a picture attached. The picture was dark and grainy, but I instantly knew what it was. There was no mistaking my wife's eye. I started typing this out immediately after. I don't know what to do. I'm alone and scared, and I can't help but feel that I'm being watched. Letter from the girl who watched you grow up. "Hi, the first time I saw you, I was surprised I could see you. You had a small turtle in your hands. You kept calling it Michelangelo, which I assumed was a nod to the Ninja Turtles. You tossed your long brown hair behind your back and knelt down to place the turtle on the ground. You were excited to see it wobbling on the grass. It reminded me of my cat and how I used to play with him when I was your age. I witnessed your entire childhood from my small window. Your first ride on a bicycle, your first day of school, your first real friend Brenda, your first day of middle school and the cute uniform you got to wear, the time you won the science fair and you brought home a trophy shaped like a cell. You were such a happy girl. I saw you grow older, your body changing. You grew taller, your body slimmer, your face as beautiful as ever. I witnessed as others started to notice you in a different way. The stares from the jealous girls, the googly eyes from the young boys. As all this happened before my eyes, I noticed myself changing too. I got older. I got weaker. I got disillusioned, bruised. I lost my will to escape my painful life. All I had was this window to your life to keep me going. I lived my days through yours. Watching you was enough entertainment for me. You couldn't know the different ways you saved me from bad thoughts, bad days, and all the pain I had been suffering from. I saw the day that handsome young man came to pick you up in a red convertible. Your mother wasn't happy about it, but she knew she had no choice. You had to start spreading your wings at some point. You left in a gorgeous floral dress that matched the summer's flowers. You came back late that night. You had a stuffed bear and some leftover cotton candy. I imagined you had gone to the fair. I imagined all the rides you must have gone on, all the fun that must have been for you. I was so happy that you had enjoyed your first date. And then came the magical kiss. He leaned in, blushing, and kissed you. Your cheeks were so red that I instantly knew I had witnessed your first kiss. I closed my eyes, imagining what that must have felt like. For 1 second, I imagined it had been me wearing that dress, smiling so big, with butterflies in my belly and a kiss on my lips. But I was happy for you. I wanted to thank you for allowing me to live again, for allowing me to dream again. I wanted to thank you, but just couldn't bring myself to you. I couldn't go talk to you. I didn't know how. If only you knew about my window. And then one day, I heard him talking about you, the man I live with. He noticed you. I heard him complaining about how pretty girls like you shouldn't show off their legs like that. The moment he mentioned your legs, I knew it was over. I knew you would become his next trophy. I had to keep you away from him. This was my chance to thank you. I couldn't let you turn into me. I had been lucky. I don't know why he liked me this much. Most other girls came and went, never to return. And yet, amidst all the years, he always kept me down here. I think it's because he saw that I still had a light in me, because I had you. All the other girls died long before he killed them. I could tell that they were already dead in their eyes long before he viciously murdered them in front of me, showing off his skill. But not me. You kept me going. I had my little window, a little crack high up on the wall of this basement I call home. He didn't like that he couldn't break me down. He didn't know about the little crack, so he kept me to see how long I could stay like this. It is a sick game that I've been winning thanks to you. But then, he noticed you, and I knew. I knew what fate awaited you if he laid his monstrous hands on you. Whatever strength I have left, I've collected it and prepared myself to finally do something about it. I want to thank you, because if you're reading this letter, it means I did it. I gathered my courage, packed it neatly into action, and went through with my plan to escape once and for all. I will make him believe I've died. I don't know if it'll work, but if it does, he will reach to pick me up. I'll immediately kick him as hard as I can where it'll hurt the most. As hard as I can. I will then steal his keys and run as fast as I can and drop this letter off in your mailbox. I have a feeling he will chase me and get a hold of me eventually because I am weak. I'm very weak, battered. There is barely a human left in this body of mine. But if that is the case, I've been prepared to leave this world for a long time. I doubt anyone will hear or see me. This street is so desolate. You're the only life here, it seems sometimes. But so long as you get this letter, I know that I did my part and that you'll be safe. Monsters are real. This one is named Ryan Morehouse. He is your front door neighbor. I have been kept captive in his basement for a very long time. I've lost track of the years, but I believe I must be in my late 20s by now. I was 15 when he first brought me here. My parents must have looked for me. Please don't tell them about me. I don't want them to know about the tortures he put me through. I don't want them to see me broken down this way. I just want you to report him to the police. His evil nature and depraved mind can only be stopped if he is caught behind bars. They will find bodies dangling in the walls of the basement. I've learned to live with the smell by now, but they will notice it the second they step down here. There are a lot of young girls in the walls of my room down here. Tell them to treat them delicately. They were good girls. They've been my companions, my friends. Most of all, I want to thank you. You're the only thing that kept me going. You were my light. And now, I'm escaping thanks to you. Escaping this awful room. Escaping this awful life. Even if it means I finally get to die. With love, the girl who watched you grow up. We found this letter in our mailbox. After contacting the police, they entered the home of our neighbor across the street. Over a span of 5 days, they found a total of 15 bodies hidden in different parts of his house. He had plans to kidnap our daughter, But thanks to this mysterious stranger, his plan was intercepted. We still have not found the girl who wrote this. We like to think she made it out alive, but sadly, it isn't likely as Ryan Morehouse is also missing. We don't even know her name. But we did find the little crack in the wall, the one where she saw my daughter grow up from. Hi, it's me. It's been a while since I last wrote you. I read on the newspaper that you received my letter. I guess you know about me now. I bet you're wondering who I am, what my given name was, who my parents were, where I lived, where I went to school, what I dreamt of becoming when I'd grow up. I don't know. Maybe you didn't wonder. Maybe I just wished you did. Maybe I just wish someone did. When you're locked away for so long, watching as the world passes by, not taking a second look at the blue house with the man with the fake smile, you start to understand that you don't really matter. You start to understand that the world only cares about the sensationalism and scare factor of a missing teen. They don't really care about the face in the missing poster, and that's when you begin to float. You float when he talks to you. You float when he beats you. You float when he enters you. You float far above it all. I read a long time ago that when you go through a near-death experience, many patients claim to hover above their bodies, watching as doctors and nurses work to save them. They floated. Apparently, this is a mechanism of the brain when it is going through extreme trauma. The event is so inconceivable to the brain that it begins to react in bizarre ways. It becomes detached, or at least pretends to, so that the patient feels safe. Well, I did that. I floated, watching from a distance the things that were happening to me. I guess that's what happens to you when you die a little every day. I guess that's what happens when they kill you a little every day. He was dashing. He was clever. He knew all the words to say. In one single second our paths crossed and he changed my life forever. I can still clearly see that second in slow motion. The way his smile became distorted, the way he twisted my arms, the way my heart sank and drowned. An abduction is a heart-wrenching, soul-destroying transaction between the captor and the abductee. In one single moment you realize you've made the greatest mistake of your life. You wish you could go back for just one split second. Back to when everything was still all right. Back to when you were still only a naive, innocent child. But you can't. It's over before you even had a chance to process it. And although you always thought you would fight like a beast in a situation like this, and you always thought you would defend your body and mind with every single cell in your body, you don't. Something inside you breaks and you easily become his prisoner. You quickly believe you deserved this for being such a fool. You quickly descend into a madness I wish upon no one. By now you know that I lived in a labyrinth of horrors. My pain seemed eternal. It seemed like purgatory. Sometimes, even now, I wonder if I'm not still there. If all this is just some neurons in my brain creating nicer pathways and showing me the life I wished I had. But there is one thing I always remind myself of when I begin to have these intrusive and deluded thoughts. Children grow up. Maybe I was a young, naive, and easily conquered child once, but even that could not last forever. In the end, children always grow up. But monsters, they always stay monsters. Ryan Morehouse. It's strange to say his name out loud and to no longer be afraid of it. But the strangeness of this new feeling inside me is slowly fading as I realize it was all real. The pain was real. The girls I met were real. He was real. My escape was real. I laid motionless, not breathing, eyes opened, mouth dangling. As he approached me, my body became tense, knowing the things he was capable of. But before he could do anything to me, I floated. The funny, beautiful irony of my story is that he taught me through pain and suffering the one trick that would bring it all to an end. I floated. I flew. As he kicked me that afternoon, I watched from above. But this time, even my physical body didn't react to the pain he inflicted on it. I can't explain to you what happened. Sometimes I think it was some sort of miracle. It was all too perfect. He really thought I had died. I could tell by the shock in his face. I was baffled by all the mistakes he made. I suppose he got used to my powerlessness. But on that day, I had a mission to save you. I couldn't bear to imagine you in his mind, in his hands, in his chambers of torture. As he dropped down to check my pulse, I knew it was over for him. He looked into my dead eyes. He stared intently into them, looking for any sign of life. And then I squinted with a half smile, startling him before I bit down hard into his neck. He never saw my smile coming into his skin. I think it's because he had forgotten what my smile looked like. I never knew I'd enjoy the taste of blood in my mouth so much. As he stumbled to the ground, holding his neck and crying in horror, I stood up. And for once, it was I who looked down at him. For once, it was him who looked up to me. I could see it in his eyes that he knew it was all over. I kicked him in his head until I could no longer recognize him. There was a numbness inside me as I kicked and kicked and kicked. I felt nothing. In the darkness I drove. I still remembered a bit of my driving lessons I had the year I was abducted. Driving was incredible and freeing. I drove for a long time in his truck. I knew I had to get rid of the car, as the authorities probably would be looking for him and his truck after finding the letter I left you. But I didn't want to be found. I didn't want to speak to anyone. Not the police, not any therapists, not the media frenzy surely waiting for me, not even my family. I was thirsty for a freedom that I had never known, a freedom far away from every single living thing. I made it to the desert and walked out of the car, leaving his body in the back seat. I enjoyed the colors of the sun as it lightly went to sleep for the night. The freedom that I felt inside me was indescribable. It was as if I had been born again. As the stars began to dangle above me, I wondered if you had read my letter. I wondered if you felt safe now. I wondered if you were thinking about me. But mostly I missed you, and it made me anxious. As I enjoyed my freedom in the desert, I heard something coming from behind me. I looked over my shoulder and felt his eyes on me. I quickly turned around as he laughed, blood spilling from his mouth. He really did resemble a monster now. "Did you really think I would be this easy to kill, you stupid cunt?" He laughed, wiping his deformed mouth. "Did you really think I didn't know you weren't dead? Even I have survived worse beatings than that, you fucking fool," I retorted, slowly smiling again. "Monsters are funny. They always forget that there can be monsters hidden in pretty little things too." I pulled his gun from my pocket and shot both of his feet. He fell to the ground once again, crying in pain. "I'm not a kid anymore," I said, watching him recoil to the ground. "I'm not a woman either," I paused, my voice changing. "I'm not really even human." "I'm not. I am what he made me. I am this thing that can't feel correctly. I am this thing that can float. I am this thing that has learned to accept severe pain. I am this thing, and I've come to accept it. But I don't think the rest of the world would. I won't lie to you. Ryan Morehouse and I, we still live together. Please don't feel bad for me. It is I who chose this. I can't help but feel that only he truly knows me now. Only he knows me in this deformed, twisted version of myself. Only he can understand me because I am what he made me. But he knows. He knows that it's my turn now. He knows that there is nothing he can do about it. He understands that he must serve me now, and that he doesn't have a choice but to be powerless and helpless like I once was. With time, he will learn how to float too. I wanted to write you this letter to give you a proper thank you. Thank you for always being there for me. Through that small crack, that small hole in the wall of the basement, I saw you grow up in your front yard. I saw you shine. It is what truly kept me going. Your beauty, your innocence, your kindness, your wit all made me live longer just so that I could watch you for one more day. It was like watching my favorite TV show, and I didn't want to miss one single episode. So thank you for that glimmer of hope that kept me going through all those years that I was held captive. It makes me eternally happy to know that you'll never know the horrors of that unforgiving basement. It makes me happy to see you on your journey. It makes me happy to know that you've put the fear of Ryan Morehouse behind you. I'm ecstatic that you've chosen criminal justice as your major. I like to believe that I had a little influence in that. I love the way you've decorated your dorm room. I also love what you've done with your hair. When the sunlight hits it just right, the highlights make you look like an actual angel. You might be wondering how I know all of this. Well, I wanted to admit something to you. I still get panic attacks. I still get horrendous flashbacks, and I end up almost drowning in my own sweat at night. So I've done what I've always done to reduce my anxiety. I still watch you. Last night, I had one of the worst flashbacks since I escaped. I could feel him inside me. It was physically painful. So I ran out of my house and drove over to spend some time with you. Watching you sleep made it all go away. The way your chest rhythmically moved up and down brought a calm over me that I've only known when watching you. I apologize that I still have not physically introduced myself to you. I'm just not ready to come out to the world yet. I still have some things to do with Ryan Morehouse before I can reveal myself. But do know one day, as all monsters do, Ryan Morehouse will expire from this world. And perhaps only then will I be truly free. Free to come and introduce myself to you. And maybe then we can be real friends. Maybe then you can accept me for who I am. In the meantime, thank you for your help in my time of need. I'll see you soon. With all my heart, the girl who watches you from afar. 6 months ago, we received a letter. It was a bittersweet moment. We rejoiced as we realized our daughter was saved from a horrific man. But we were saddened to find out that we had lived in front of a house where many young girls had been held captive and murdered. Most of all, we prayed that we could find the anonymous girl who left us the letter. Although we received many messages asking us for an update, we were asked by the detectives and agents not to share information as the investigation was active and ongoing. Normally, I would respect the wishes of law enforcement. However, I find myself in a difficult position. I truly believe the public should know about the dangers that hide behind pretty little houses in pretty little neighborhoods. It is nauseating and petrifying. This is why I've chosen to share it all. The first time we received a letter from the victim, we were thankful for the writer, for the girl. But this second letter has left us shocked and frightened. Once again, we are left with unknowns. The unknown of whether our daughter is now being followed by a stranger. The unknown of the mental state of this stranger. And the unknown identity of the girl who watched our daughter grow up. The previous tenant left a survival guide. Some families are more dysfunctional than others. My brain hurt trying to process the things I'd learned. Derek had never mentioned his family or that he, by blood, had a claim to the building. He was always so in tune with it, it made sense, but it was never something I'd considered. I woke on the sofa that morning confused. I had no idea how to continue. The vine had grown almost the entire perimeter of the flat, carefully weaving between my furniture and appliances, its waxy exterior reflecting sunlight from the windows. It stopped at the bedroom door, not crossing the threshold to Jamie's prison. I bit the bullet and decided to call Terry. I hadn't spoken to her since her and the kids' visit a few days prior, and I wanted to see if she remembered Derek ever talking about his brother, or if she knew of any basement. Terry had grown up in the building. She was bound to have explored more thoroughly than Mr. Prentice. Before I could get on to any of that, I owed her an apology. My interaction with her had been rude, and I had been too distracted to check on her the past few weeks. I had been a terrible friend. I hit dial on video chat and waited for a response. When she picked up the phone, she looked even worse than she had the last time I saw her. The dark circles were beginning to look like deep, inky tattoos, permanently stained on her face. Still, she smiled, just like she always did. "Terry, are you okay? I'm so sorry about the other day. I was just..." "It's fine, Kat. I understand. Everything with Ms. Beckman must have brought back some tough feelings for you. I should have waited a day or two. I'm sorry." My heart melted as she spoke. I'd never had such a loyal and genuine friend. "Thank you. Don't be sorry. It helped seeing you guys. How are you doing?" I asked. "I'm okay. The kids aren't behaving great at night. I'm not sure if lockdowns got to them or something else. I have to watch everything that they do. The other day I caught Eddie trying to take apart the washing machine with his claws. By the time I stopped him, Ellie had ripped up the shower curtains trying to climb them." She sounded defeated, and at best, definitely not okay. "I wish I were allowed to help. I miss you." I sighed, longing for the day I could sit and drink tea with her. Are you okay, Kat? You haven't been yourself, she asked. We may not have known each other that long, but she could sense when things weren't right. Terry was the epitome of an empath. This, I'd come to realize over the months, had been the only reason she kept in touch with Prudence. She's just so damn nice. I'm not. I don't know if you know about Essie's predictions, but she made one for me, and it sent me to some strange places. I'll tell you more when I figure it out, but for now, I need your help. I still chose to omit Jamie from my confessions, but I was ready to be a bit more open. I wasn't too ashamed to admit I needed help. Terry clearly knew about Essie's gift. She didn't bat an eyelid. Anything. Do you remember Derek ever mentioning a brother, even when you were growing up? I asked. Not at all. Derek was always on his own, just appearing when we needed him. I was really young when he first disappeared, though, so I don't remember him well, and might not be the one to ask. Terry's face scrunched up in thought as she racked her brain. I'm going to send you something. I minimized the video chat and copied the photo from the email onto my phone and sent it to her by text. Her video paused for a moment as she did the same to check the attachment. He was the first to live here, Terry. His dad built the place. Terry's video clicked back on. Where did you find this? She asked. I explained the blog and why I had been looking. It wasn't a short explanation, so I'll spare you that. We even broke from the seriousness briefly for the kids to come and fawn over the kittens. Eddie loved Mr. Meow, whilst Ellie wanted to kidnap Tetley. Wrinkles just curled up with me. He was my secret favorite anyway. Terry was fascinated by the vine. She wondered if it had a connection to Derek, especially given the photo I'd found on my search. I can't say the thought hadn't crossed my mind either. I learned more about him every day, but he would always first and foremost be the gardener. The vine made sense, but the basement didn't. I was struggling to connect it to the brothers. I don't know about a basement, Cat, but if this place is as old as you say, then who knows? I know I may look haggard. She pulled on her cheeks and giggled, but I'm really not that old. I laughed. I was sad that she didn't have any more information, but it was nice to just talk to a friend. For 5 minutes, life felt normal. I'd kept my secret, and talking to Terry, I'd almost managed to forget about Jamie myself. If it hadn't been for the deep bite wound on my finger from the feeding the day before, and the open cuts on my chest from his attack, I might have been successful. I still had no idea what the riddle Essie had given to me meant. I was looking as hard as I could, and it had led me down a rabbit hole that just kept spewing more questions. What I did know was that with Jamie's seemingly permanent change in demeanor, I was running out of time. The growling hadn't stopped. The look of pure hatred as I dropped in food didn't end, and I was getting frightened. Something had to give. Either Jamie was going to die, or I would. There wasn't another option I could see, and the former may have been entirely unachievable. Derek destroyed Lila, but he never returned after. Prudence claimed she killed the original wave of creatures by setting light to them all on the already burnt-out 9th floor. Again, something entirely unachievable without Derek's presence. I had to find him. I said my goodbyes to Terry, promised that I would update her when and if I could, and left to do my daily errands for Mr. Prentice and the couple next door. As I left for the exit, I spotted a man going into Ms. Beckman's flat. I recognized him as the son that I'd always seen visiting, eyes glazed with tears. Terry had said that she would get Molly to inform Essie's family, but I couldn't imagine what Molly might have said happened. I should have gone to him, just as a human being tried to comfort him, but I couldn't bring myself to do it without an explanation to offer. I promised myself that I would visit him when lockdown was over, and I knew why his mother was gone. I rushed out and completed my errands as quickly as possible, eager to get home. Even having the name Albert Miles might have been helpful if I just kept digging on the internet. After I dropped the bags off at Percy and Sylvia's door, I turned the key in my own, entered and shut it behind me like I always would. That was where the normality ended, and my life was disrupted by an uninvited guest. When I turned to face the flat and caught a glimpse of my fold-out table, there was a tall figure stood right next to it. Albert, like Derek, was a little older than he had been in the photo. There was a family resemblance, but the eyes weren't the same. Albert's weren't warm and kind. They were cold and filled with malice. He wore a suit, similar to the one in the picture, but it wasn't as sharp. It was covered in a thick layer of dust and tattered, with loose threads hanging everywhere, like clothes that had been dug out of a box in the attic. He grinned at me. It was smug, like something you might expect from a slimy car salesman. It's been a long time since I had to visit any of the residents up here. I like what you've done with the place. Much more modern than when that old bint before you lived here. I was frozen to the spot. I hadn't been alarmed when his brother had appeared inches from me on a bench, but something about Albert was much more sinister. The thought of his son, dead on the balcony, played on repeat in my mind. "Why are you here?" I asked. He laughed. The smug grin extended across his cheeks. "I like you. You didn't even pretend not to know who I am. You know, Kat, I've always appreciated a person who cuts the small talk. It's better in business and in life. That trait will hold you in good stead." He was animated as he spoke, gesticulating wildly. "You didn't answer my question. Don't you find that ironic considering your sentiment?" I answered back, still terrified, but figuring that keeping him talking might somehow help the situation. "I don't need to answer your question. You know why I'm here." He continued to grin, raising an eyebrow and adjusting the torn sleeves of his suit. "It's not often that I've come across a tenant that causes as much chaos as you do. It's usually issues with the rent, and even something like that hasn't happened for quite some time. But you are something special." He stamped on part of the vine that was growing near his feet, and I watched as the enormous structure withered and shrunk in size, as if it were in notable pain. The beginning of my entire ordeal flooded back to me. I was back in my kitchen, discovering Prudence's note for the first time, reading the one rule that I'd never learned anything more about. 1. The landlord will never bother you. He doesn't visit, call, or communicate in any way, but make sure to pay your rent in a timely fashion always. I have only dealt with him once in 35 years, and let's just say I never missed another rent day. Any repairs required, you speak to the agent you rented the place with. Rule number 1. So much happened that I hadn't thought much about that rule, but there must have been a reason she put it first, before even mentioning the creatures. Suddenly, the literal monster in my closet seemed soft and fluffy in comparison to the ageless man stood in front of me. "I've paid my rent. Why are you here?" I stood firmly, curling my shaking hands into fists. It was more for comfort than aggression. On the surface, I was hoping it would appear I was standing my ground. The rent part was true. It was hard, but I always found a way. I was still training to teach and pulled in extra cash running after school clubs as I trained. Even during lockdown, I was creating digital learning tools. This place was my home, and I'd followed the first rule to the letter to keep it. "Maybe you aren't as bright as I thought." He rolled his eyes. "Let's list reasons a landlord might want to visit, shall we? Damage to property, unauthorized modification of communal spaces, digging around where it's not wanted or needed, nurturing my brother's unnatural experiments." He went to continue, but I stopped him. "What do you mean, unnatural experiments?" Albert laughed even harder than before. I could see in his eyes that he considered me entirely dense by this stage. "You think those 3 little abominations you took in came out of nowhere? They were a cry for help, you stupid girl, like a flare, and all you could do was pick it up and let it burn your fingers." He scoffed, laughing at his own bad joke. My heart sunk, wondering where the kittens were and if he'd hurt them. "After all the trouble you caused when he helped you last time, I wasn't going to let my idiot brother continue to roam my halls, especially not after what you did once he was gone." I gulped. I knew exactly what he was talking about. He knew that I knew as well. Albert was more than a few steps ahead of me. I realized that Prudence destroying his garden had probably never banished Derek at all. He had been kept prisoner by the man in front of me. If Albert could keep someone with Derek's knowledge and abilities trapped, then I didn't stand a chance. "Shall we talk about that thing you keep in your bedroom, Kat?" "I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry. I've regretted it since." I stuttered. I felt a tear run down my cheek as I anticipated imminent death. "I know that. You wouldn't have even known how if my brother had never told the last woman. And he pretends to be so pious. The smile on his face had disappeared. Even the thought of Derek left him with a scowl. He just tried to help the residents here. Please, I made a mistake. I protested, anticipating that I was about to die, or even worse. Albert didn't speak. He just huffed in frustration and turned to walk towards the bedroom. I followed him, trying not to stay too close. The floor was trailed with blood, and as he entered the room, I noticed the wardrobe door was practically shattered. You couldn't even contain your mistake properly. He gestured to Jamie, who was in the corner, hunched over the blood-smothered body of a kitten that he was crunching on the bones of. Tiny bits of muscle and skin in pools of blood littered the floor. His eyes were beady and black. Any semblance of Jamie I'd once seen in them was gone. I noticed Tetley and Wrinkles shivering together in the opposite corner, trying to hide from the monster. The brief relief I felt that they hadn't all met the same fate was interrupted when Jamie started to growl at Albert, baring his crimson-splashed teeth as menacingly as he could. I watched in horror as Albert just stood there, staring at the increasingly angry beast. The creature I had been hiding for all these months lunged at him aggressively, claws outstretched. Albert wasn't fazed. He barely even moved a muscle, just reached out a tattered sleeve and waited for Jamie to make contact with his hand. The second Jamie touched Albert, he let out the most almighty, inhuman scream you could imagine. It felt like my eardrums were about to burst, and I instinctively put my hands over them. Albert put his hand back down by his side as Jamie fell in a heap to the floor. He wasn't moving. Not like when I'd stabbed him with the poker. He wasn't just still, he was dead still. The heap of fur he had become started to morph on the floor. His jaw pulled inwards as if it were dislocating, and his limbs began to stretch and shed their fur. After a while, Jamie was laid there on the floor. Not the rat Jamie, the real one. The one I'd spent years with and searched for a home with. The one who knew me before all this shit ever happened. And he was dead too. For real this time. It took everything I had not to throw myself on the floor with him. I stopped myself multiple times, but Albert's eyes bore into my soul and rendered me unable to move a muscle. I tried to fight back tears, but I couldn't. Don't bother to cry. He died a long time ago. Albert kicked Jamie's corpse and bent down into a squat to get closer to him, not taking his eyes off me. I didn't let him out, if that's what you were thinking. No, Cat. You did when you locked an angry animal in a cage. Eventually they all get free. I whimpered a little as he inspected the remains of my boyfriend, intensely taking in his hair and eyes. My brother had this preconceived notion that humans can live in harmony with the evil that inhabits this building. He's wrong, Cat. We can't. Eventually it drives us all mad. Your mistake made such an unusual racket, I had to come and see what was going on. Did you ever imagine keeping him like that before you lived here? Of course not. I tried to interject, but he wouldn't let me. He was in full-blown monologue. This place fucks us up, Cat. You can't make it any better, regardless of how many shrubs you plant outside. He stroked Jamie's cold, dead face gently, barely touching it with his fingertips. The body evaporated beneath them, becoming nothing more than a pile of dust on my carpet. I hadn't even got to touch him, one last time. Albert stood back up, salesman grin plastered back on his face, and brushed his sleeves. I've cleaned up your mistake. Aren't you going to say thank you? I held back the bile that was forming in my throat, took a deep breath, and summoned every ounce of strength that I could just to speak. He was right, this place had fucked me up. But losing your partner like that would do the same to anyone. I thought of the little boy in the mirror, Mr. Prentice, even Ellie and Eddie. This wasn't for me. You're wrong about this place. Not everything here is evil. I made a mistake, but it's you that's evil. You killed your own son. What I did came from love. I blurted, trying to organize my thoughts. You don't know a damn thing about my son, and you won't. This is your only warning, Cat. Stop digging into my family. Consider my brother dead and keep quiet. He spoke sternly. I didn't dare try to talk back again. Despite knowing I'd hit a nerve, everything about him set me on edge. He took another vicious stamp on part of the vine as he exited the bedroom. It shriveled entirely underneath his dusty dress shoes, back to the size that it had been when I pulled my foot free, except it wasn't green anymore, it was brown and rotten. He turned to me once more before he reached the front door of the flat to leave and spoke. "If you dare continue your pointless little mission to try and find Derek, you will meet the same fate as that blind old bat from down the hall. People here will always do as I tell them. Let her be an example of why not to meddle in my family business. Feel lucky that I didn't eviscerate you on the spot, or worse." He winked at me, knowing that he had complete control of the situation, and left with a simple, "Bye for now, cat." As the door slammed, the two remaining kittens bounded to my feet, shaking with fear. I scooped them up despite the burning and held them close. I wasn't going to let anything happen to them. The flat had an emptiness I wasn't used to, even when it had been just me with no kittens. Before I repeated the ritual to bring Jamie back as a creature, there was the comforting knowledge that he existed somewhere. There was hope. The pile of dust on my bedroom floor and the shattered remains of my wardrobe were all I had left of him now. Then there were Mr. Meow's remains, a glaring reminder of my failure to keep anything alive or safe. I cried for him as I scooped his parts into a shoebox ready to bury in the garden the next day. It was all my fault. Jamie, Mr. Meow, Esther, they were all dead because of me. I considered calling Terry back, telling her what happened, but I decided to keep my mouth shut. My stupidity had already cost lives, and I wasn't prepared to risk her or the kids. They really were family to me. I wasn't about to give up, though. All the heartache I'd caused, the tears of Essie's son, and the months my boyfriend spent trapped in the body of a vile beast, maybe they wouldn't be in vain if I was able to save Derek from his brother. The empty, gaping grief that I felt left me perfectly accepting of the prospect of a suicide mission. I cuddled the kittens and felt the skin of my arms start to melt and sizzle. If they really were a cry for help, I had to listen. I just couldn't let it go. The previous tenant left a survival guide. I never liked that damn lift. The shoebox I'd placed Mr. Meow in sat atop my fold-out table. As I lit my morning cigarette and sipped a cup of tea, I wondered if it was disrespectful to smoke next to a body. I decided that disrespect was in the eye of the beholder. I'd often thought of Essie as I smoked, remembering how we bonded over a few spare cigs. That hadn't made me feel disrespectful. I was smoking more than usual with the stress I was under, too. I found it was a welcome few minutes break from life. I'd wanted to sit on my balcony that morning to try and get some light and escape from the claustrophobic feel of the flat. I knew that with my determination to find Derek, it might be the last I saw the sun, but the window cleaner was out there just howling and scratching at the door. To be honest, the flat felt so empty without Jamie, Mr. Meow, or even the vine, that for a moment I almost considered letting him in. The longer I lived in the building, the less I thought of the window cleaner as a sinister entity. He was more pitiful than anything, and let's get realistic. I'd grown accustomed to being surrounded by monsters. Since lockdown, he'd stopped bothering with the niceties and chit-chat. Instead, he just whined and scratched like a scared animal. It was Wrinkles and Tetley, rubbing themselves up against my, thankfully covered, legs that stopped me from just giving up and opening the sliding door. I spent hours in the flat that day, dwelling on everything, coming up with wild plans and theories in my mind. I texted Terry and asked her to check on Mr. Prentice for me. She asked what was going on, and I said that I would tell her when I could. It was weak, but she accepted my explanation, or lack of, as always, with no questions asked. I must have paced the length of the flat hundreds of times. None of the ideas that I had to help Derek seemed to develop into anything solid. It was frustrating, like trying to solve an impossible riddle. I analyzed every part of my interaction with Albert, trying to find hidden meanings amongst the words in my head. I wondered if he could communicate with the creatures, just like Derek had when he struck the deal over the lift. Maybe that's why he had come to my flat when Jamie finally escaped. It would make sense if they were communicating all along. Maybe he'd been the reason for Jamie's aggression towards the end. I knew that I wasn't going to find Derek without also finding Albert, so I decided that working to find the older of the brothers would be easier. Translating all my loose threads of thoughts into a plan didn't come easy. I tried to stop myself multiple times, worrying that I was going down the wrong route, but when it finally hit me, I knew that I had nothing better. Eventually, I settled on my next steps. I started after I had fed the kittens and washed up the bowls, after they'd fallen asleep on the sofa, after I'd had time to dwell in stress. After it got dark outside and no human residents were left in the dimly lit corridors, I had little faith in my plan and didn't want to risk anyone getting hurt as a byproduct. I made my way down the stairs carrying the shoebox coffin in my arms and a small bag of the dust that Jamie had left behind in my pocket, shovel wedged in the gap between my arm and torso. "Good evening, Marcus." I greeted the man on floor 5 with less enthusiasm than usual. He responded the same way he always did, not at all. The boy in the mirror blew more raspberries, making moose horn antlers with his hands and giggling. I waved back and tried to understand how Albert could consider every single special resident evil. These beings had become my family over time. The outside of the building was empty again. A city that usually never slept was taking the nap of a lifetime. I felt peaceful in the garden with the breeze blowing my hair around. The park opposite was eerily mystical under the stars. It was warmer than it had been a few nights before when I'd first discovered the kittens and the grate. Even though it had only been a short time, that night felt a lifetime away. I fought the urge to sob as I dug the tiny grave amongst the shrubs I'd found them in, and for the first time since Essie's death, I was successful. My mind was so focused on my goals that I managed to pull myself together and not become a wreck. I wasn't sure I had any tears left. I made full speeches instead, first to Mr. Meow and then to Jamie, who I sprinkled on top of the buried shoebox, vowing that I would do something good in all this before covering them back up with dirt. I stood and stared at the patch of soil for a while. At one point I could have sworn I caught a glimpse of the metal grate, but it was gone in a blink, replaced by flat, gray concrete. Either Albert was teasing me, or I was going completely mad. I felt my heart start to pound through my chest as I re-entered the building. What I was preparing to do was dangerous, and potentially deadly, but it was better than never knowing if I could have done more. I didn't want to spend a lifetime imagining Derek trapped and alone. Every time my life is in crisis in this place, I seem to find myself outside the lift, and that night was no different. Even if everything in me was telling me to flee up the stairs and drop it, there I was, staring at the huge metal doors. It had killed friends, taken me to places no one else could see, and housed monsters that infected my nightmares. As my own heart continued to pound, I imagined that the lift could be considered the building's heart, carrying human life to every floor like we were the blood of the tower. My eyes flitted from the intimidating metal doors to the display on my phone. I was a few minutes early, and those few minutes felt like 1,000 years. I edged as close as I could to the button to call the lift, and as soon the numbers changed, I knew it was time to start. 1:11 a.m. I jabbed the button violently, took a deep breath, and reached into my pocket. It was hard to fight back the bile as I pulled out Mr. Meow's severed foot that I had carefully plucked from the shoebox earlier, but I managed and I threw it. It landed about 3 meters or so from the lift's entrance. I retreated and stood to the edge of the stairs, just out of sight, my entire body shaking as I waited for the rattling noise of the opening doors. The first part of my plan worked as well as I could have hoped, and soon, for the first time, I was faced with my boyfriend's killers. I had only seen Jamie and Prudence's granddaughter Lila's iterations of the monsters in person. The creatures that they were spawned from had remained largely a mystery to me, and I had never considered they could be different from what I'd already experienced. They were larger, much larger, than Jamie or Lila had been. I remembered what Derek had said about the survivors strengthening with each one that dies. They were probably the same height as a fully grown adult male with fur-covered, defined, muscular limbs. They maintained the posture of a rat and had long, razor-sharp teeth protruding from their elongated jaws. Their eyes were different to Jamie's, too. Instead of being a beady black, they had a bright daffodil yellow sheen. I thought what was living in my wardrobe had been frightening, but he was nothing compared to them. The two huge, rodent, humanoid creatures skulked out of the lift. They were on their hind legs, but their backs were hunched over in a way that would have allowed them to break into a four-legged sprint at any moment. They started to edge towards the kitten foot, sniffing at it intensely. Knowing I had moments before they smelled me too, I left my corner by the stairs and started sprinting towards the open metal doors. I hoped that releasing the creatures during their frenzy would be enough to summon Albert. He didn't seem to appreciate a scene. If I could just hide in that awful metal box for long enough, he would have to come, and if they weren't in there with me, then I would be safe. My stress and sleep deprivation had got to me. I knew my plan was severely flawed, and I hadn't properly considered the risks. When I finally made it inside the doors, I was confronted with worse consequences than I could have imagined. Unsurprisingly, they spotted me. As I hammered on the button that should close the doors and lock me in, I could see them snarling, long strings of saliva stretching from their mouths to splatter on the floor as they prepared to run towards me. I was ready to die. I was almost certain that it was going to happen in that moment. That was until I spotted the tiny figure weaving through the creature's legs. It was fast, and I could barely make it out. It was growling and making noises that seemed to genuinely frighten them. Long claws slashed at the rat creature closer to reaching me, and it yowled in pain as it fell to the floor. Horns first, the figure managed to enter the lift just before the doors began to seal themselves. It hissed at the uninjured creature, keeping him backed away just enough for us to hear the thud of the metal doors closing. Most would be terrified of anything that could frighten off their worst nightmares in an instant, let alone being locked in a 4-inch by 4-inch space with them. But not me. As the figure became clear, I was both proud and devastated. "Ellie, what are you doing here? Your mom's going to kill us both." Terry's young daughter sat herself down cross-legged in the corner of the tiny room as I slid down one of the walls to the floor myself, hugging my knees. I broke into hysterical tears. I couldn't believe I'd put Ellie at risk. I knew about the twins' late-night escapes. She shuffled over next to me, her horns pinched a little as she nuzzled my shoulder, but I didn't care. "Don't cry, Cat. Did you see how scared of me those things were?" She was delighted. Her smile lit up, and if you could have seen anything in the deep black voids that replaced her eyes, you'd have seen childlike excitement. The creature outside scraped and hammered at the door, and I could still hear the pained screams of the one she'd impaled. For a small child, she had no idea of the impact she'd just made. It was hard to comprehend how a little girl could cause so much damage. "You shouldn't be out. Why aren't you at home? Is Eddie out too? Your mom will go looking. What if they get her?" I started ranting. Ellie's face dropped immediately. I usually would have felt awful, but I couldn't shake the thought of her whole family being killed because of me. Of the other people that might be in mortal danger. How could I be so fucking stupid? "Eddie's at home playing with his truck, and Mum fell asleep. I just wanted to come and explore, and I was playing on the stairs when I saw you. I've missed you, Cat. Are they going to eat Mum?" Her little voice cracked and she started to sob. I wanted to be reassuring and tell her that they wouldn't, but I didn't want to lie. I started to understand the gravity of what I'd released. I was still confident that my original plan would bring Albert out of the basement. However, I wasn't so confident that Albert would just let Ellie go. He might see her as evil, like he saw everything else here. I had to do everything I could to protect her. Esther Beckman's ridiculous prophecy played in my mind once again, and I silently cursed her. How many more friends are going to be in danger, Esther? Why would you be so fucking vague? I tried to calculate a comforting yet honest response for Ellie, but I failed. Before I had a chance to speak, the metal prison we were trapped in started to whir and crunch, shaking and making awful mechanical noises. I tried desperately to press the button for Terry's floor, in hope that I could drop Ellie off unharmed. But it didn't work. Instead, the box started to fall, and the lift traveled downwards. It wasn't high-tech enough for a digital display. Instead, the buttons light up as you reach each floor. Not a single button lit as we fell much faster than any lift should for what must have been at least 5 minutes. Ellie was screaming. I couldn't do much but to hold her hand, being careful to interlock my fingers in a way that wouldn't result in a claw through my own. I watched the button panel the entire time, occasionally trying to press on any number I could. Every attempt was futile. The lift ground to a halt and we were thrown into the air as it stopped with a huge clap. Just underneath the numbered buttons had appeared a shrewdly drawn negative one scratched into the metal. I knew it hadn't been there before and could only signify one thing. I'd done it. I'd made it to the basement. As I looked at Ellie, I couldn't help but wonder, at what cost? Was any of this worth the danger I'd accidentally put her in? I hadn't accounted for the extra person, or the lift falling. My plan ended when I threw the foot and ran. In my optimistic mind, Albert would have killed the creatures outside to avoid a scene and have to talk to me again, without being able to kill me like Essie. I knew, squeezing Ellie's hand, that I had misjudged the situation entirely. "Where are we?" she asked nervously. "I don't know for sure. I think this is the basement," I replied. "But the block doesn't have a basement." "I know." The doors slowly opened to reveal a huge, darkened flat. It was luxury, like an underground penthouse, but without a single window in sight, and it was largely empty, not a soul inside. I stood up from the floor of the lift, Ellie's hand still firmly gripped in mine, and tried to take in the surroundings. The lift had stopped directly in what seemed to be a living room. There was no hallway or corridor leading to a set of flats like when the lift usually stopped. In the room was a black velvet sofa, a few side tables, and an almost useless lamp, providing a dim glow in the corner. It lit up a few twinkling cobwebs and made it just about possible to see a huge, trailing pot plant sat on a table that matched perfectly with the vine that had wrapped itself around my foot and then my home. The lack of a nearby grate didn't bode well. Ellie started to cry. I couldn't see actual tears with the voids for eyes, but I could hear her soft whimpers. I searched my mind again for some comforting thoughts, but I couldn't find a single one. If I was right and Derek was trapped here, we were fucked. Attempts to jab the buttons were pointless. It was as if the lift had run out of battery. We couldn't even close the doors. I took a step into the room and Ellie followed. Before I could say a word, we heard the metal doors clap together, and by the time we turned around, the lift had been replaced by a blank wall. "Where the fuck are you?" I screamed, desperately hoping that Albert's smug face would just appear from the shadows. It didn't. All my plea did was terrify Ellie, who continued to grip my hand. It's awful to say, but I was partly grateful that she was there, if only so that I didn't have to be alone. "Who are you looking for?" she questioned. "Someone that can help us get home. I need to stay close to me all the time. Can you do that for me, please?" I hoped with my whole being that I could keep her safe. Ellie simply nodded in response, her horns bobbing in the dim glow. I took a few steps in the direction of the plant, reaching out to touch it and see if it was limp or alive, like the version in my flat had been. I was disappointed that it was the former. As I ventured further into the room, I noticed that the opposite wall wasn't nearly as blank as the one that had replaced the lift. Instead, indented in the wall were another set of metal doors, identical to the ones that had closed and vanished behind us. Next to the left side of the doors was a button with the words "Call Lift" carved into the metal above it. It gave me a great feeling of unease. Despite my unease, I saw no other exit to the room, and before I could even consider options, my tiny companion had pressed the button. Even demon kids love buttons. As the doors opened, relief washed over me to see that it was empty and not full of even more creatures. We took a step inside, and I found myself once again staring at the button panel. This time, I wasn't searching for floor 9. In fact, I yearned for the days when that was my biggest problem. The panel was much like the one in the lift we'd got here in, except alarmingly, every number came with a minus symbol before it, and there was no sign of a G for the ground floor. "There's a death row inmate who we've executed over a dozen times. He won't stay dead. We killed Joseph Glass for the first time on August 18th, 1999. I knew he was a strange case since day one. Never seen a guy so happy to die before. It was like we were doing him a favor. He refused the automatic appeal. He refused to be seen by a chaplain. He just wanted it over with. It had only taken a little over a year, and it was already time for him to make his appointment with God. He freaked me out just passing by his cell. He was like our very own Hannibal Lecter, the way he just stood there in the back of his cell like he'd been waiting for you. The lights always burned out in any cell he was in, and maintenance had gotten tired of fixing them. Not that he seemed to mind in the slightest. The darkness seemed to swallow his top half, and all I could see were the whites of his beady little eyes poking out of all that black. Billy drummed his baton against the bars. "Up and at 'em, cowpoke," he called in that mocking tone. "Time finally come for you to pay what you owe, you sick son of a—" Billy. Warden Taft silenced him with a word. "If you can't act like a professional, you're going to have to sit this one out." Billy paused and licked his chapped lips. "Nah," he muttered. "This is show I can't miss." Glass seemed to tick Billy off more than any prisoner before him. He liked him to at least pretend to feel sorry for what they've done, or act scared of what's coming to him. This one didn't even have the common decency to shed a tear. He was as stone-faced as a statue, even while being marched to the chair. Billy liked to joke sometimes that we ought to take the guy out back with some car batteries and really put the fear of God into him, get him to cut out that stoic act. I think he was only half joking. After what this guy did to those girls, well, Billy has a daughter, so I guess it struck a chord. We all watched him fry. The warden, his closest men, the thin-faced man representing the commissioner of corrections, the prison physician, the families of those poor girls. It couldn't have gone more by the book. Only oddity I'd noticed at the time was that the stench of death never quite left the clothes I'd worn that day. And then the next morning, we came into work to see the whites of those beady little eyes staring at us from the darkness again. "Good morning, sirs," he said, just as he did every morning in that airy, hoarse little voice. I'll admit it. I dropped everything I was carrying, stumbled back, stammered like a confused child. Hell, I almost screamed. You're not... You're supposed to be..." "I don't know what you mean, sir." He leaned in like he was trying to stare a hole through my chest. His tone almost sounded disappointed. "You never came for me. You promised me that yesterday would be the end, sir, but you never came. I waited all night long. Why did you lie to me?" Me and Taft looked at each other. We both had the exact same question on our minds. If Glass was still alive, who the hell did we roll into the morgue last night? "Jesus Christ," Taft gagged when he pulled back the cadaver cover, stumbling away. "It's Billy." I looked. I know I shouldn't have, but I couldn't help it. And I'll be forever haunted by the sight of my friend lying there on his back, mouth agape and cloudy eyes staring into the ceiling, open wide as if he'd spent his last moments in a state of terror. The public never found out what happened. The cover-up story was that poor Billy had been taken by cardiac arrest. Internally, it was the scandal to end all scandals. Worst case of incompetence and negligence in history, they called it. They brought the hammer down on anyone even tangentially involved. Me and Taft were out on our ears, and they would have prosecuted us too, but that would have required admitting it ever happened. But I just could never wrap my head around it. Of those dozens of witnesses, not a single person noticed we were strapping a guard to the chair, not an inmate. It was impossible to the point of absurdity. Glass had been the man in that chair. I'd never been more certain of anything in my life. Some months later, I noticed power flickering off all over the city one evening. It was brief, so I thought nothing of it, at least until I got a call from a familiar number the very next morning. "I understand you were one of the staff who regularly worked with one Joseph Glass. We would like to consult with you about an evolving situation." "Oh." "At 7 p.m. yesterday, we attempted the execution of Joseph Glass for the second time." There was a long pause, and when the voice returned, the professionalism had melted away, replaced with a baffled anxiety. "And well, it didn't work." I blinked. "It didn't... what?" There came a long sigh. "Perhaps it'd be best if you saw for yourself." And just like that, me and Taft had our jobs back. Officially, Joseph Glass had been successfully executed on August 18, 1999. Unofficially, they'd tried again 6 months later, just to tie up loose ends. This time, he hadn't even had the courtesy to pretend to die. He just sat there on the chair, motionless and unaffected, while the CO who'd flipped the switch suddenly seized up and began to convulse, screaming and gnashing and wailing as electricity seared him beneath his skin. clawing at his chest until his eyes popped in his skull and rolled down his face like melted candle wax. All around him, lights flickering, machines bursting from pressure, electrical panels vomiting arcs of static. It was a mess. The feds were crawling all over this case now from a department I've never heard of. Something about investigating preternatural activity. They told me Glass was refusing to speak with anybody but the COs who'd once cared for him. Being walked into that interrogation room almost made me feel like I, myself, was a convict being marched to his execution. Glass was staring at me when I walked in, like he'd been sat there, motionless, waiting for me. I expected nothing less. I took a shuddering breath as I sat across from him. I'd sat across from serial killers and psychos before and showed no hint of fear, but how could I not now sitting across from a man who can kill people without touching them? Glass. Officer Mendez. His tone betrayed no emotion. I had thought you'd abandoned me. I winced. No, Glass. I'd just been temporarily relieved. It's good to see you again. Would you like a glass of water? I offered it to him. He didn't even look at it. His eyes just bored into mine, relentless. I'm here to ask you a few questions. Silence. Okay, Glass, I need to know how you killed Billy and Kramer. I didn't, he replied. It did. It? The thing standing behind you. I didn't bother to turn around. I had enough experience with prisoners trying to trick me into looking the other way while they pulled off some half-baked escape plan. Glass, please, let's take this seriously, I replied. I've always treated you with respect, haven't I? You've never had any problems with me. Actually, I do. I have a problem with all of you. Oh? You here all believe that death is a punishment. There was the first hint of emotion I'd ever heard in his voice. It's not. It's freedom. The only freedom. You promised me that gift. You promised me you'd let me die. You've given it to so many other prisoners while leaving me behind. With all of your machines and your science and your knowledge, surely you can find a way, if anyone. My throat felt suddenly dry. I had to take a sip of the water myself and hoped it would quell my burning nerves. We're trying our best, Glass, but you have to work with us. It may help if you told us what exactly is preventing us from executing you. He moved for the first time, leaning in so slow as to be almost imperceptible. It won't let me die. And that's when I felt a hand settle on my shoulder from behind. Everything stopped. My lungs stopped inflating. I swear my heart stopped beating, and my blood froze in place in my veins, and it all felt so cold. I could see the hand in the corner of my eyes, long and veiny and black. I could feel the breath on the back of my neck. I'd once mocked the way deers froze in headlights. Now I understood. I couldn't move, I couldn't blink, I couldn't think, I couldn't even take a single breath, even as my lungs began to cry out for air, and my vision blurred, and my thoughts melded together. All I could see was Joseph's eyes staring into mine, those infinite fathoms of darkness, that Stygian sea that swirled and stormed and thundered in the blackness of his iris, and the eyes of things waiting a million leagues below the waters. And I would have suffocated there, too terrified to even breathe, if those agents in black had not called off the interrogation then and come storming into the room. Later they showed me the tapes from the security camera. There'd been nothing behind me, nothing placing its thin hand upon my shoulder, nothing at all. On May 7th, 2001, Glass was set to be executed for the third time, via hanging, or so I heard, in some government black site somewhere, far from prying eyes. While it was set to happen, me and Taft were sharing glasses of scotch in his office, nominally to celebrate. Really, because we were scared. Taft always struck me as young at heart despite his years, but this was the first time the warden had ever looked truly, properly old. He watched the yard below as he had a drink. Did I ever tell you why I chose this line of work, Mendez? I shook my head, and he sighed. Back in '63, they found a woman's body in the back seat of a burnt-out car in some state park near my neighborhood. A prostitute. One of her Johns had chopped her up, burned all the evidence. And you know what got me, Mendez? Nobody cared. Nobody bothered to investigate. Who will notice one less hooker on the corner of Fifth Avenue, right? It didn't sit right with me. The way I see it, Mendez, every life matters. Even the ones we try and cast aside. Everybody's got people who love them, and childhood memories, and all that. Everybody deserves justice, no matter who they were. He set down his glass and looked me in the eyes. So I joined the force, got the case reopened, found the guy, and I watched him fry. And I like to imagine she was there watching too as he burned. There was a tense moment, and then a chuckle. Of course, after that bullet to the hip in '71, I couldn't walk the beat anymore. But I've been just as happy here. Watching justice be served, it makes me feel like there's some kind of karmic order to the world. Good deeds and bad deeds get repaid in kind. It was clear there was something lurking beneath his words, some unspoken thesis. Eventually, with old, wrinkled, tired eyes, he said it. I've thought about it, and if Glass doesn't die tonight, I'm finally going to retire, Mendez, he confessed. After what he did to those girls, what kind of order can there be in a world where a monster like that is just beyond justice? I was shocked. Warden Taft always struck me as an unmoving fixture. What would we do without him? He'll die, sir, I promised. It'll work this time, it has to. But he seemed deeply uncertain. With one last shuddering drink, he leaned forward. His eyes. He stared at my expression, as if desperate for me to understand, for me to know. Those things in his eyes, haven't you seen them? And at that moment, Taft was yanked up out of his chair. It was so sudden, so inexplicable, I could barely register what I was witnessing. Some unseen force lifted him 2 or 3 feet above the ground, dangling him there. He choked, coughed, and sputtered, desperate to gasp down air which would not come, and clawed at something around his neck which I could not see. He was hanging, I realized, and with wide, horrified eyes, the same as Billy's had been, he silently begged me for help. I sprang from my chair and wrapped my arms around his dangling legs. At first I tried to pull him down to the floor, but I realized it was only tightening the invisible noose around his neck. Then I tried lifting him as high as I could, which gave him some relief, but not much. Tears rolled down his face as it swelled and turned blue. And even though I could not see the noose, I could see the bruised purple skin where it had squeezed around his neck. All the while, I screamed myself hoarse. "Help! Somebody, please! Jesus Christ, we need help in here!" But nobody came. And all of a sudden, some unseen force seemed to sweep my feet out from under me. I dropped like a bag of bricks, but I was so startled I maintained my grip around the warden's legs. I fell and yanked him down with me, and his body suddenly jolted with a sickening crack. It took me a while to manage the courage to look up at him. His neck had been stretched far too long, and his head was bent to the side at almost a 90-degree angle. Eyes wide, round, and bloated tongue hanging from dry lips. And then whatever force had suspended him disappeared, and his body fell upon me while I screamed and screamed. I came bursting from his office to find my co-workers casually chatting and working just outside. Somehow, despite all my screaming and begging while Taft was dying, none of them had heard a thing. I took a page from Taft. I wanted out. We were dealing with something unholy here, something whose tendrils could reach any distance, and my life, who knows, maybe even my soul, was at hazard. But the agents in the sharp suits made one thing clear. If I refused to cooperate, well, I would make the perfect scapegoat for the murder of Warden Taft. I was marched into the interrogation room to find a Joseph Glass that had abandoned all pretense of humanity. His eyes had darkened to a pure black, or perhaps he had no eyes at all, only windows into some place of outer darkness. I was shaking like a leaf as I sat in front of him, feeling more like a prisoner than he was. Mr. Glass." No reply. I shuddered, trying to focus on my little piece of paper to distract myself from the blackness of his eyes. I have some questions I'm supposed to ask you. Is that okay?" Silence. I take a deep breath. "How old are you, Glass?" I thought it was just one of those basic questions. Conversation starters, really. I couldn't have prepared myself for his answer. I am old, child. His voice was nothing like I remembered. It was deep and low and rumbling, like there were multiple people speaking in unison, and all were equally ancient. Older than you could possibly know. Older than this nation, and older even than the empire that once bore it. I had to fight the basic animal instinct to flee. Focus on the questions, I thought. Why did you do what you did to those girls? Just so I could feel something again, he whispered. Anything. Did you not feel the slightest bit of guilt? Remorse? You ask that of me? Me who has watched empires rise and fall. He almost sounded amused. Does time feel remorse? For time has killed far more than I. But mankind is like the Hydra. All I've killed will be replaced by, essentially, identical stock, and in greater numbers. And then they will die and be replaced. And so the cycle will continue forever. Did you expect me to pity them for being given the death I myself covet? Only the dead are given leave of the cycle. It is a blessing. And suddenly, he stood from his chair, as if he'd never been restrained at all. A blessing you promised me, Officer Mendez. I stared up at him in disbelief. What? How did you? But I couldn't even stammer a sentence out before he was upon me, crawling over the table with the eerie grace of a spider. These were no longer the imperceptible hints of emotions I'd come to expect. It was like a switch had been flipped. Tears streamed down his cheeks, snarling with genuine rage, hurt, betrayal. And beneath those black seas in his eyes, all the things that haunted the fathoms below were rising to the surface. You owe me a death. Make good on your word. Pay your debt. I cried out and recoiled from his every touch with disgust, but he was stronger than he looked. I couldn't worm my way out of his impossible grip. I won't. Get off of me, you sick bastard. Do it. Pay me what you owe. It was like 1,000 different voices screaming in my ear. Straining and weeping, I locked my hands around his neck and pressed my thumbs against his throat, trying to strangle him. But instead, I could just feel that grip upon my own neck, squeezing the life out of myself as my lungs burned for air. Yet I kept pressing harder and harder, as if hoping I might somehow break through whatever unholy force was protecting him. And then those terrible hands grasped my shoulders again, and I was paralyzed by a terror that could be called nothing but ancient and primal. Like the thing standing behind me was the same force that had kept my ancestors huddled terrified in their caves 100,000 years ago, and every one of those voices was crying out to me through my very blood, and it pulled me from my chair, threw me as though I were weightless, and the next thing I knew, I was waking up in the infirmary. Once more, none of this was captured on the security camera. In the footage, I just enter the room and have a seat with strange, almost robotic movements. And then the both us just sit there, staring at each other without speaking, without moving, without blinking, for an hour. After this, Joseph Glass entered a catatonic state, and from then on refused to converse with even me. Now that my usefulness had ended, the agents discarded me like yesterday's trash. Don't even seem to care if I tell anybody. Who would believe me? I thought I'd gotten lucky. That my nightmare was over. I couldn't have been more wrong. Go sorting through any public records and you won't find a single mention of the name Joseph Glass. They've squirreled him away in that off-the-books black site and scrubbed away every other trace of him. I'd say he'd been unpersoned, if indeed he could ever be called a person at all. But they're still trying every execution method in the book. I don't know quite why. Maybe it's for research. I'm sure the US military would love to find the secret to making its men as unkillable as Glass. And besides, they're not the ones who have to deal with the consequences. On June 3rd, 2005, they tried a firing squad. I know this because me and my wife were out on our second honeymoon, slow dancing by the lake at night to our favorite song, when I felt a wetness against my chest. I looked down to see her eyes as gray and dull as foggy glass, and her chest shredded to Swiss cheese by rounds that made no sound. On December 23, 2012, They tried lethal injection. That was the day they found my son's car wrapped around a tree, and baffled coroners discovered that he was dead before the accident even occurred, his bloodstream polluted with pavilon and potassium chloride. It's been years since I've isolated myself from everyone I knew, hermiting away in this cabin out in the middle of nowhere. And yet the stench of death still follows me. Just a couple years ago, I found a news report mentioning my nephew. Apparently, he'd been found completely exsanguinated, his veins emptied utterly despite no signs of a struggle. God knows what kind of arcane methods of execution they're trying by now. He's not going to let me walk away from this. Not while I still owe him a debt. But I've been doing some research too. Research into those untold legions of things I witnessed staring up from that blackened sea in Glass's eyes. I've learned things men were not meant to know. Practiced rites, assembled tools, ingredients. And I think I know where they're keeping him. Even though they blindfolded me, I counted the second between every turn on our way to the black site, and I've since spent weeks watching the place, cataloging every entry point. Maybe I'm slipping into madness, or maybe I've truly found the way to put an end to the horror, to finally give this monster the justice that Taft would have wanted for him. Joseph Glass had been right about one single thing. I have to pay what I owe, even if it kills me. Like he was always right behind me, even though when I looked back I couldn't see him. I calmed down when I got back to camp. The fire was still going, and I guess that pack mentality of being with other people made me stop and breathe a little. I waited by the fire to see if he'd follow me there, but I didn't hear anything else for a few hours, so I went back to bed. I know it sounds weird, but the whole thing was just so surreal that it was almost like I immediately wrote it off as my imagination. I kept shaking my head, and I told him I couldn't understand what he was saying. I went to open the first aid kit, but he just screamed again and said the only thing I could really understand, "Don't touch me. You'll make me go back there." After that, he ran off, and I could hear him screaming the whole time. When I couldn't hear him anymore, I turned around, and my friend was crying. I just turned around and started walking back toward town. She asked me over and over what had happened and who that was, but I didn't say anything. When we got home, I told her I didn't want to play in the woods with her anymore. We're still friends, but we don't talk about that guy. Not ever. A small act of kindness nearly got me killed. His eyes were bloodshot, shining with unshed tears. There was a sad, lost look about him that crumpled my heart. I finished the last of my coffee and made my way to the counter. There were some wrapped cookies and brownies on display. I grabbed a cookie, paid for it, and asked for a pen. I flattened the cookie's receipt on the countertop and scribbled, "Hope this cheers you up." In low tones, I asked a favor of the cashier to send the cookie and note over to the man after I had left. The heartbroken one in the corner. He was easy to spot. I left and thought nothing more of it. Dwelling on it would give me anxiety. Like, what if he was crying from a breakup and that cookie resembled what his ex used to make for him and made him sadder? Or if his mom just passed and that was his mom's favorite cookie? Best not to imagine the consequences. Just hope for the best and move on. The next time I was at the cafe, it was the same cashier. She took my order, then hesitated. She seemed to want to say something to me, but she didn't and turned away after a moment. I went home after getting my triple shot coffee. Lots of work to do, and I hadn't had enough sleep. The triple shot worked magic. I finished the entire day's work by 3 p.m. and had time to tend to my plants. I repotted the 2 new babies my aloe vera plant had birthed. They were the 26th and 27th aloe vera babies. The mother plant was beyond fertile. I had to find a way to rehome them. My house was turning into a jungle of aloes. I was placing some of the pots outside my corner apartment when I shuddered, for no good reason. I turned around, looked down the corridor. No one was there. But the feeling of being watched continued. I quickly put up the handwritten sign, "Free aloe vera plants, help yourself," by the pots of aloe veras. Then I restocked the canned drinks I kept outside next to a sign that said, "Thanks for the delivery. Please help yourself to a drink," and went back in. I didn't leave my home until dinner time. I had a quick dinner out, got back, and noticed a little scratch on my door, around where the latch was. I must have scratched it with my keys at some point. I headed in, showered, and went to watch a movie in bed. It wasn't a horror movie, but something felt off. The energy of my house felt off. There was a weird, almost viscous tension in the air. Then again, I had been pretty stressed in the past week. That was probably it. I watched a rom-com, then two, then three, until I fell asleep. I woke up to my alarm the next day. I reached out from under my covers to switch it off. For once, I hadn't kicked the blanket off in the middle of the night. I usually woke up slightly freezing because of that. I skipped going to the cafe for my morning coffee. I was running up my bills. Instant coffee was going to be the norm for a while. A text popped up on my phone screen from an unidentified number. "Good morning. Hope you enjoy the breakfast at your door." I raised an eyebrow and headed to my door. Sure enough, there was a takeaway meal at my door. I smiled. It was probably my bestie. She did random surprises like this once in a while. "Thanks, Julie," I replied. She had probably texted from the new work phone she had just got. I was taking a bite of the pancake I found in the box when my phone vibrated again. "Who the fuck is Julie?" read the text. I opened my mouth and let the bite of pancake fall out. Julie wasn't one to swear, not in the years that I've known her. "Who are you?" I replied. No reply. I texted Julie on her personal phone. It took her only a few minutes to respond. It wasn't her. The breakfast wasn't from her. I threw it out, heart thumping. "Did you not like it?" came the text. I shrieked a little. I had thrown it into the bin at home. "Who are you? How are you doing this?" I texted. I hesitated for a moment. Then I locked myself in my bedroom and called the police. To the police's credit, they reacted fast. I told them that I believed someone might be in my home, and they were here in minutes. They found no one. I told them what had happened, and they began a search for electronic devices. They found two. A camera plopped into one of my plants, one which showed the view of my living room and part of my kitchen. Another camera was in my bedroom, a tiny thing half hidden behind the knickknacks on my bedside table. They were battery-powered cameras with their own Wi-Fi. The battery could last for weeks, apparently. I didn't even know they made cameras like those. I felt sick, like a cold creature had crawled inside my skin and settled itself among my innards. I told the police about the scratch on my door. They concluded that someone had picked my lock. The police asked lots of questions about exes, people I could have offended, any creepy colleague or person in my life. I couldn't think of anyone. There just wasn't much drama in my life up to that point. I couldn't imagine anyone I knew going to such lengths to spy on me. The police left after dusting around for fingerprints. I didn't know they still did that. They said they would investigate, compare the prints to mine to check for any strangers' prints. They didn't have the manpower to leave a protective detail or to provide any form of protection. I've just got to be careful and change my lock. Get a better one. They would investigate the number from the text and the recording devices too. I got the lock changed in a day. I got the most heavyweight lock there was, one the seller claimed could not be picked. I installed surveillance cameras outside my apartment too, for good measure. I didn't install any in my home. I was paranoid about people hacking the feed to spy on me. I've never liked the idea of being recorded in my own home. I was just about feeling a little safer and somewhat back to normal when I received another text from another unknown number. "I'm not trying to hurt you. Please don't be scared of me. I love you." I called the investigator in charge of my case, told him about the text. They told me to screenshot it, send it over. I did that once I hung up. Another text. "How could you do that to me?" I froze. How did he know? Were there more cameras? My phone vibrated again. "I told you I loved you. Why did you call him?" I left the house, headed straight to the police station. I was about to head in when another text popped up. "Don't you dare go in there. That will make me really mad." I went in anyway, met with the officers in charge. They sent me home accompanied by an officer and told me to stay home as much as possible and try to be accompanied by friends or family when out. Then they left, after a sweep around my floor to make sure no one was around. I was on edge the next few days, sleepless. No amount of checking the door lock made me feel better. I ordered delivery for all my meals, didn't step 1 foot out the door. I made the delivery guys leave the food at the door and opened it only when I was sure they had gone. It was when my coffee from my favorite cafe arrived that I remembered the cashier, that strange look she had on her face. It was right before all the crap started. I took a taxi straight to the cafe. I wasn't going to risk being out longer than I had to be. I got lucky. The same cashier was working at the counter. I approached her, and her eyes widened. I looked down and realized what a mess I looked. I hadn't showered in days. I was wearing food-stained home clothes. My hair was straggly and messy. I remembered the last time I looked in the mirror. Black circles around my eyes, face pale. Suddenly self-conscious, I smoothed my hair back as well as I could and spoke as calmly as I could manage. "You? The last time I saw you, you looked like you wanted to tell me something." She stared at me for a while, confusion apparent on her face. She didn't remember me. I tried to remember our past interactions, anything that would stand out. "I got that cookie for that guy," I said, the memory popping up. Her eyes widened further and her lips parted. "Oh, you." She looked me up and down, a crease forming between her brows. I wanted to tell you that, well, tell me. The guy you got a cookie for, he kept asking about you. He wanted to know who bought him the cookie, wanted footage from our surveillance cameras. We denied him that, of course, but then he guessed it was you. He had noticed you in your red sweater, then he just kinda camped out here every day. Until that day when you came in. I wanted to tell you that, well, I thought maybe. She trailed off and bit her lip. "The guy who looked sad?" She nodded. "When you came in again, I saw him light up. I wanted to warn you, but I thought maybe it was nothing. I didn't want to make a fuss over nothing, and, well, then you left, and he followed you out. I told my manager, he told me to stay out of it, and I did." Of course, the man with the cookie. God damn it. How had I not put it together until that moment? How did I not suspect him? I thought of the cashier, but not the dude I bought a cookie for. I called the police again. The cashier panicked, said she didn't want to be involved, but I looked her dead in the eye and told her I was in danger, that I needed her help. She relented. We headed to the police station together. She gave her statement. We both gave descriptions of the man. By the time I headed home, I had a new message from yet another unknown number. "You've done it now. You need to be punished." I gritted my teeth and fought the powerful urge to fling my phone at the wall. "Fuck you," I texted back. Not at all what the police had advised I should do. Nothing much happened over the next several days. By the time a week passed, I thought that maybe my stalker had given up. Still, every night I checked that the door was securely locked, that the alarm system was up, and went to my bedroom and locked that door too. I got called to the police station again, but they didn't have anything significant to update. They just reviewed the evidence I had given them and my statements. It was a waste of time. I got home around 3 p.m. and spammed movies until I fell asleep before the sun had even set. I was awoken by someone calling. It was Julie on a video call. She had been calling daily to check on me, since I first realized someone had broken into my place. "Hey!" Her cheerful voice was a ray of sunshine. "Hey, Jules," I smiled. She said something in response, but it was all jumbled up. Her image froze on screen. "Sorry, my Wi-Fi sucks in my room. Hold on," I said, and walked out to the living room. We chatted for a while, and when she realized I was feeling okay, we said our goodbyes, with her promising to check on me again tomorrow. I was still smiling after we hung up. Julie's beyond awesome. I wanted to let her know how grateful I was, so I used a filter app to take a funny selfie video with me saying, "Thank you," with an animal snout and ears. I was giggling away, choosing the funniest animal filter to use, when the nose and ears of a cat filter flew from my face to somewhere behind me. I caught a glimpse of a small face in the background where the cat filter had detected it for just a split second. It dove out of sight. My blood froze in my veins. I switched the app off and called the police while running for the door. I had just unlocked the door when a flurry of footsteps thudded rapidly towards me. I turned, just in time for someone to snatch the phone from my hands. It took me a moment to recognize him. It was indeed the heartbroken man from the cafe, the one I had bought a cookie for. Before I could say a word, he had hung up and flung the phone far from me. I screamed, with all my soul. He leapt towards me, tackled me to the ground. I landed hard on my back, head bouncing off the floor. I was stunned, breath knocked out of me. He covered my mouth and pulled out a knife. "Why did you force my hand? Why are you making me do this? We could have been happy together," he said. He began to drag me, hand still covering my mouth. I was too winded and dazed by the blow to my back and head to do anything more than struggle weakly. When he dragged me round the corner to where my bedroom was, I tried to hold onto the wall, but he was too strong. He pulled me free and tugged me down the corridor to my room. Then I heard a knock on the door. I tried to scream again, but he pressed his hand hard over my mouth and held the knife to my throat. I stopped flailing. We were still for a long time, his knife digging into the skin of my throat. There wasn't another sound from the door. Whoever it was must have left. My one hope shattered. After another agonizing minute, he turned me towards him, hand still over my mouth. I took in great gulps of air as he gazed at me sadly. "I love you. I just want us to be together." He looked down at his knife. "Nothing ever works out for me. We'll just have to be together. In the next life." My eyes widened. "What the hell?" He stroked my cheek with the back of his hand, the hand that was holding the knife. "You love me too, right? There was something. You felt it. That's why you bought me the cookie." Oh, that goddamn fucking cookie. Fuck me for ever having wanted to do something nice for someone. Now they know how I look like. They think I want to hurt you. They are trying to take me away. We can only be together, in death, in our next place. Shit. Shit. Dot, dot. I shook my head at him. If he would uncover my mouth, I could lie. Tell him whatever he needed to hear. He gently placed the knife against my throat. "You know I have to do this. For us." How the hell did this guy get this intense, this obsessed, this insane in such a short period of time? Over what, a bloody cookie? I tried to yell at him to stop, but he wouldn't move his hand from my mouth. Then I saw it. A movement behind him from around the corner. A face peered from behind the wall wearing a nervous expression. When he caught sight of my stalker looming above me, his eyes widened with fear. Then he held up a finger to his mouth, nodded at me, and disappeared from sight. Yes, salvation, if my savior moved fast enough. It's really been so amazing, our time together. Until you went yet again to the police station. I thought we had worked things out. I thought you... The other man, my savior, charged out from around the corner, a glass bottle in hand. My stalker leapt up, turned just as the other man swung the bottle at his head. The stalker caught the man's arm and jabbed his knife at the man's midsection. The man twisted out of harm's way and leapt back. My stalker pounced, landing on the man, and they tumbled out of my sight. I pushed myself up to a seated position, ignoring the dizzying sensations that flooded me as I straightened. Behind the wall there were thuds, clatters, and grunts. I had just forced myself to stand when there was a loud cry. Then silence. Blood roaring in my ears, I took a step towards where the scuffle had ended, then hesitated. Someone groaned, and there were the sounds of someone getting to his feet. I backed towards my bedroom door. I had just stepped into my bedroom and was about to slam the door shut when someone appeared around the corner. I began to sob. It was the other man, my savior. The police arrived soon after. My savior was a delivery guy. He had delivered my lunch the day before and had taken a pot of aloe vera and a drink from my stash outside the apartment. He had been doing another delivery nearby and wanted to drop by to leave a note thanking me for the aloe vera plant and the drinks. He had just left the note and was about to leave when he heard me scream. He had hesitated to enter, but he said there was something in my scream that told him something was very wrong. He had called the police, then unable to do nothing, entered my home. I had never been more grateful for my aloe vera's fertility, the idea to give away the plants, and the Instagram reel that had suggested doing an act of kindness for a stranger, however small it was. Then again, it was that same reel that started me down the path of being someone who would buy someone a cookie. The police later informed me that my stalker, after following me home, breaking in and installing the cameras that were found, had engineered a new way of accessing my home. He had simply climbed up 2 floors, from a tree branch to a pipe to the air conditioning unit outside my window, and unlocked my windows by sliding in some thin piece of metal and pushing the latch up. He had been sleeping under my bed on some of the past days. Others he had spent in my closet. The entire time I had thought staying home would keep me safe. He was right in my home with me. He had even been covering me up with my blanket at night. The police found out more about him. He had been heartbroken when I first saw him, because the previous woman he had been obsessing over and stalking had moved out. She had just upped and gone one day, and he had no idea where she went, probably out of the state. After I bought him the cookie, he had decided that fate had intervened, that he had lost the previous woman because he was destined to be with me. He had created an intricate story in his mind about how I had loved him from first sight, that I was battling my feelings when I called the cops, when I removed his cameras, lots of stuff like that. I felt sick listening to the report. Anyway, after all the police arrested him, after they had taken my statements that day, and after I felt I had poured enough gratitude out towards my savior, I didn't want to be home. I went to a hotel to stay for a few nights, one with impeccable security. A few days there, and I felt safer. Knowing my stalker was in jail gave me a peace of mind I hadn't had in the past weeks. I had just exited the hotel to go for breakfast with Julie, when someone holding a few pieces of luggage stopped at the door, struggling to open it with their elbows. The doorman was nowhere to be seen. I turned back to help, then paused. I pulled my hood up, lowered my head so my face was covered, and stepped forward to hold the door open for the lady. I ignored her thanks, kept my face carefully hidden, then slipped away before she could get a good look at me.